Well, that was fun. I ended up just doing 15 minutes because as soon as I started doing it, Scott's here. He was at the door, and I was like, okay, he's going to answer the door, right? Because I just started jogging. Well, I don't need to be a jerk or rude, but I have a routine, so. I doubt it's done on purpose, but in life, people do that stuff. I'm not saying him, but people in life do that stuff to me. Like when she dumped stuff all over the floor because I was down there doing jog walks. Yeah, it's something to do specifically with jogging. Some of them get really irritated by jogging. It's worse than the walking. Okay, so it's at the hotel. They kicked me out of the place. I think it was when they realized that people were jogging in place in those rooms. Right. They drive their cars around and watch you, when you're in their shelter and stuff. Yeah, they do. They told me they do. That woman, Judy, admitted it, that she saw me on my walks. The woman that said she was a volunteer and then she's staff, she followed me to Quincy Center in her Jeep in her leggings, and she had to display her leggings to me. Um, they follow you. So they knew I was jogging, if you were wondering, not just in the room, but I started jogging the cross streets all the way down to South Station. And then it got to the point where I was able to jog from that St. Teresa's to the bridge. And it's like 0.8 miles. It was like a huge milestone for me. And some person in a car was driving, beeping at me and trying and going like this, like I would talk to the person. Literally while I'm jogging, the person was doing it. Oh, yeah. Just you people are really ill. I don't know if that happens to other people jogging, but that's not a hallucination. So clearly that's Scott. Okay. It's like I told you, people can be so ill that you begin to wonder if you're ill. I mentioned it to Brian, right? Just, well, because I hadn't seen Scott in a long time, right? You just go, it's not I thought I was him. It's just, why are you people acting so weird? You can begin to wonder if it's you and like what the reason is. I know clearly if someone had dementia and they were like going out with a relative and didn't know it, you'd tell them that, right? I know. I told Brian, I go, it's these people acting so weird. I was wondering if we were related or something. Just everything that's been going on is so bizarre. So he's stuck talking to Tommy now. He's probably like, she's not even gonna wake up and have a conversation with me. She stays up like for days at a time. Right? She stays up for days at a time, and that it's like a schedule. She's up for the food pantry and stuff, and then she'll sleep for a day or two. And it's the same thing over and over again. They'll be like screaming, your bed sores. It's like a script over and over again. It'd be nice if she got up and talked to him. Yeah. So I gotta change my clothes to figure out what I'm gonna wear. He said something about going outside to smoke. I go, I don't smoke, so I don't know if Cindy told him I smoked or he's having issues. Was he smoking the last time I saw him? I don't think I was smoking the last time I saw him. No. But yeah, it's like I said, you go, okay, so Scott can come into the house. Scott can come into the house. Cindy can come into the house. But my boyfriend couldn't visit on the front porch, who's street homeless. Oh, and he goes like this. He goes, oh, is that Mary Gladys? Like he thinks he's Tom Kent. That's one of the things he does. Because I think he has dementia. Sometimes he's Candy, sometimes he's Tom Kent, sometimes he's her. Is there some reason you're calling me Mary Gladys? Yeah, just in the way he talks like he's my fucking father. You just go, oh my fucking God. Is there some reason that she can't have a boyfriend? Is that your daughter? Like, who is that? What's her relation to you? That's what they do with people with dementia. I'm not trying to be an asshole, and I don't want to get kicked out to the street, but that's what they do with people with dementia. What's her relation to you? How old is she? Obviously, it becomes pretty difficult to do that when you yourselves have dementia. And like this has been going on for 13 years, so it seems normal. It's difficult for those people themselves to be going. Did she ask you if her boyfriend could sleep on the front porch with her? Like, did she first ask if he could come here for like a visit and you told her no? I mean, obviously she wouldn't live here unless she had to. Okay, so no, you just go, she's clearly not there by her choice. It's either that or the fucking street. Sure. Part of the extinction, yes, because it's sort of like explaining to people this is what you do when you think that you can do it. So that's why you can't stay in these physical bodies. Sorry about that. Let me take this away. God already went over with me when I started to do my dog walks. Okay, about um, making up that you're writing a book about psychiatry, and that's why you're doing this. I understand. I'm waiting for you guys to die because you're not going to be able to stop doing it. It's understood. It's just anything I do while being kept a hostage to try to cope and stay mentally somewhat sane. It's becomes okay, that's okay, and we're supposed to be doing it, and now we're doing this when it's not. It's just criminal insanity. Yeah. All right. That done. It's not actually as warm as it seems. Every time I'm heated up, I start thinking that it's warmer than it is. It's actually not. Shit that's not a topic. How people gonna get underwear in socks? Not a topic. Here comes the night of the comet. After these fucking people all die, there'll be fucking underwear and socks everywhere. Kill off a bunch of fucking animals first. That's what Brian Buchanan would look like if he shaved. Like they all look like they're in Scream because they're drug users and they're getting old now. Naughty looks like a little kid. That's probably why he grew a beard. Because his whole thing is he's trying to pretend he's a child. He prostitutes, in my opinion, to disgusting people. That's his main thing that he prostitutes to and gets money from. I wouldn't have thought it until I listened to them talking. And the way that he talks to them. It's fucking disgusting. Naughty actually looks like a little kid. If he shaved, you'd go, who the fuck is that dude? He looks like he's in fucking the ring. It's called a drug addict. Not, I know, as a joke, you go, my advice to you is to either regrow that beard or call your fucking girlfriend because that is, you're not making any money out here on that. Gotta fill up those things and put them in the freezer. I can put that blackjack in too. Put my hand back up again. I like to let some air in here from time to time, but it feels actually a little bit chilly. So I think I do like 5 at a time. Yeah, like a couple of sets of 5. I definitely don't want to push it. They weren't actually as hard as I thought, but it's taxing on your heart, I think. Yeah, I think it's like cardio. It's like a sudden sort of like, I think it's more taxing on your cardiovascular. Yeah. So I think probably like sets of 5 maybe. I'm not going to try to do, I mean, that's crazy, 67 or something. I wouldn't do that anyway, but because they probably are, it's a challenge for like athletes probably to do that many. So I don't see a point of it. Yeah, that's not a challenge I'm going to do right now. Do 5 at a time. My thing is good too, I think, because I told you. My thing is good too, like modified, yeah, for the old people. It's jump, jump, squat, jump, jump, squat. We're good with that. Even the skipping things. I like the skipping things. That was only 15 minutes. I planned to go 15 minutes straight and then do like 5 minutes of that, but it's all good. I wasn't going to do anything today anyway, so. I think that thing in my eye almost looks like it's starting to get a head to it. So I don't know if that means it's going to go away soon. You're not supposed to do anything to it. It says it specifically not to try to pop it or anything. I kind of knew that. At first, I was worried that I like made a varicose vein in my eye from screaming at that dude. That's what I was worried about. And then after a couple of days, I started looking into it because obviously God tells me what to look for, and I think it's that thing. It's like called a shad. It starts with the C. It's like a clogged gland, but I think it's inside your eyelid. It has something to do with the stuff that bathes your eyes. Yeah. It's not a hair follicle. Like that's the other thing. There's another one that comes from a hair follicle. This feels like a pimple, but it is kind of weird because at first I thought I had a bug bite. It is a little bit weird, but it says that it can be hormonal, right? And I'm clearly hormonal. I hate talking about that stuff. I've never been that type of woman. I find it gross. Yeah, I find it gross. Um, so when you're a sex offender and it works every time. I actually did. And it's just funny because it's like God's protective measure for me. At least 3 times in my life, it's protected me from something. I just got to say. Yeah, just know all set there. But each time it was the truth. I don't lie. All right, let's see. It is not. I can't say that. No. God stopped me. Okay, so, anyways. $54. Wow. Strong gusty winds in an hour. Today would have been a good day for a walk too, but I don't want to overdo it because I'm probably going to walk out to Dedham tomorrow. Yeah, I don't want to overdo it, and then I'm doing this new thing with the. I don't want to hurt anything. So far, yeah, like that ankle business. It's either my body already adjusted to the jog walks. I wasn't jamming. Yeah, I was jamming at first, and then but and with the walk, it's either from the radiation and whatever that was, that went away, or that leg got used to it, or my body already recouped from the new regime. So that's good. I don't have any issues with my knees. I just noticed. I know I didn't even think I was doing proper form or anything, but I noticed it's just that inner thigh. I'm, I can almost see it in my head because I've looked at lower body muscles so much, and it's just on the outside. It's your inner thigh, but it's towards the back. That's what it's work. That's what it was did to me. Everything else is I'm using all the time apparently because nothing else was sore but that. Whatever those things are, is that the muscle it's using? Whatever those things are, well, I'll find out in 2 more days because I wasn't actually doing a squat jump. I did a couple of them today. Yeah. Just that jump, jump, squat, and then jump, jump, squat. That's that muscle. And it's not that hard to do. So I don't know. People notice things about themselves that bother them. Maybe they want to have a skinnier thigh. Like they want to skinny up the thigh. They want that thigh gap or something. Yeah, they want to change the shape of their inner thigh. If you want your inner thighs to, I mean, I'm 52, will be 53 in May. What was she, 25 that was running sprints? Okay, in my opinion, if you want your inner thighs to look like that, you have to walk. Right, I don't sprint and I don't do weights, and I wasn't even doing these. I don't even do squats. It's not from that. So if you've been trying to do squats for 6 months and you go, I guess it's just genetically, it's because you're not walking anywhere. I walk pretty fast, yes. And I walk on inclines. So that's why, like, you probably can get it from sprinting, or I'd be in like even more different shape. But I don't, I should say this: there's a difference between jogging, jog walks, and walking sprints. I'll do walking sprints, which are not easy. I explained it at Memorial Field. That's probably what that woman would tell you, right? I did it at my house when I first started, when the kids were all in school, and I first sort of went back to just my regular what I had been doing, which was just raising children, and I had swimming pool. When I went back to going, okay, now I'm going to do some sort of, because I always walked before, not realizing how busy raising children is. Because otherwise, I would have been forced to be working out while I was having them, like I did after I had the second one and I was doing step aerobics. You're either an active person or you're not, and especially when you're not smoking. Okay, so you notice it when you have children, probably because you have to quit smoking. Okay, that's when you notice it. Um, some people probably think they're stressed out from their kids, and it's like you might. I never interpreted it that way, but it's like you probably need some sort of physical activity. That's why you were smoking. Okay, so no, you just convert into it. You don't, it goes away. I think it can take a while if you've never stopped smoking for a long time or you didn't incorporate activity. It goes away. You don't think it's cigarette anymore if you're worried. It really does. No, because what you're doing is you're converting something else and you think you're having a nick fit. And it's not possible, especially after like 4 days. It's all in your head. Right, because it maybe 4 days, because I would notice I'd be sleepy for like 4 days when I quit smoking, uh, because it's a stimulant. So after like 4 days, it's not that. It's all psychological. So I can't be you. I know for me, it controls rage. It's really not even replacement for eating. Some people it is a replacement for eating, but for me, it controls rage. That's what I would say. So, and it's sort of like there's definitely something wicked missing in your life, like exercise and dance. Okay. Not everything is cuddling with other people in a romance. It's just there's something missing in your right. It's always sort of sad when a romance doesn't work out, but it's not, you know, your entire life. Yeah, you can get pretty depressed if you really like someone. That's probably depressing to other people, maybe who are grandiose and think you mattered that much to them. You can get pretty depressed. Yeah, but obviously it wasn't meant to be. So, um, what was I saying about the walking? Inclines will do it, but I walk very fast. So, anyways, I'll jog a little bit, but it's not my thing for like long distance. You know. Some of this stuff with the exercise movements I'll do for a period of time, but I think I tire of that too, and I'm getting older. So um, if you're a younger person, yeah, I think really the what it is just converting into realizing it's just about walking and things that you're going to have to do because otherwise you're the other species and you just want to look better. Yeah, which is understandable. You're in a mixed state basically because you're essentially lazy, but you want to look like other people because of the mixed brain. Neanderthals used to have to do more stuff than they do, so it wasn't as upsetting. Yeah, I don't think they did it for fun. It's just that was life. They didn't have all these conveniences. Not they were wanted to be active. That's why they like all the shorter things. Other people don't. Some people have like fantasies of living on a farm, of being Amish and stuff, and set up these challenges for themselves, which are not per se weeks and stuff. Like, I'm gonna swim the English Channel, and I'm gonna do this. And I'm gonna climb. I keep on going to go Mount Washington. I'm gonna climb Mount Fiji. I'm gonna do this. Right. There's some good choreography dance things that I just started watching like 2 days ago. A lot of people have been doing a lot of stuff with dance. Um, I don't know if eventually those people ended up getting holocausted. It's the same business. When I see a video that was posted 14 years ago and 10 years ago, you go, it's certainly not. No, it's certainly not. That's what the importance of having this on. And when that's not going to be possible, God's going to send people everywhere. He'll force the news to utter things and stuff, right? It's just so that my species isn't in despair, and probably half of the other species, right? Just it's the Passover. It's right in the book. So anybody that goes to church, I'm sure, when you see all these things, obviously they're not losing faith. It was just why is it not happening yet? I think a lot of them thought you were supposed to have World War III. I remember a Jane from the Bobby Long people. That was sort of her. I don't know. That's probably a common Christian one. That's what she was saying. I think too. We're supposed to have nuclear war. Okay. Ugh, yeah. Okay, cool. She was up. Okay, she was up. I heard yelling when I was washing up. So what did I do with those sneakers? Did I put them back under here? Yeah. Eventually, I'm gonna have to somewhat start getting ready for the summer. I gotta shave. I gotta paint my nails. I need to do something about my feet. Some kind of like pumice stone or something. Like that. She's got that thing in the shower. I need to use soak my feet, do my nails and stuff. See if I can get some of the calluses off. If I was able to spend time on the beach, my feet would be great. That's what's one of the things about the beach. It all works out during the summer. You're exfoliating. Your shoes are off more. Just constantly living in an environment where you have to have shoes on all the time. I never was like that in my house. It's pointless because there's no possible way that I can speak my mind in here. I know you just go, it's pointless to have a conversation with anybody. To be honest with you, it's just all part of abuse and control and isolation. It's just something that some people do, like these people. It some of it is done on that part, and it's just people that don't actually want. They do not care if a person is ever like with them willingly or is speaking the truth. They don't care. Right? Some people will purposely keep you in a situation because they know that it's tampering your speech and stuff. It's just waiting for God to kill them. Like, honest to God. Just this whole 13 years of it. Yeah, well, I don't know if stuff like that matters to people when they're not in weird situations like this. It's probably some like weird animal thing subconsciously to try to force people to meet and stuff. Yeah. Um, they probably do that to their own species. If you can isolate these animals so they don't have friends and they can't do any of their activities, it has to do with shutting everybody off social media. They're going to force people to interact with them. They're going to force people to couple up in a desperation. Yeah, it's really sickening some of the stuff that's going on nowadays. Really, really gross, the stuff that people are doing. But what the heck else was I going to say? Obviously, I went out there in the middle of March, and by the beginning of April, some dude was trying to get me to go to a hotel and have sex with them. And then by the end of March, I had a boyfriend. Even that is different because I think before there was a definite effort to keep people away from that shelter and keep forcing me in it. I was never told to even go to any shelter in Boston, and they wouldn't let those people in Quincy. That hasn't changed what I was saying. I know you go all of a sudden now there's some dude here that's not even from here, and you can see why. Right? Just what the fuck? Oh yeah, just a conscious effort to like coordinate people. I told you about it when they were doing it between the shelter and the hotel, just so that I know and others know what these people have been doing for 15 years. It's pretty, 15 years is a long time to just be able to do whatever it is that you thought that you wanted to do. And then it still amounts to nothing. It's just the people around you know what you're doing. There's no way that's not what you're doing. Right. So I've been witness to the shoving a phone in a person's face and like yelling at them to watch it and pay attention to it. I have seen it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. So I know how horrifyingly ill you people can get. So I know that God is going to stop you from getting that sick. Right. Certain things are shown to me, and then it's like clearly that's pulled back, and then I explain it to people. Just like the Faulkner Hospital thing. I think people are finally getting it, and it's not the new thing where everything and anything and you still keep doing this to me. It doesn't mean that either. Right? But in terms of like the whole entire Faulkner Hospital thing, and they were talking about it with that Wendy Williams person, and clearly you can see it going on right now. Right after 13 years of regular whatever, it's like directly calling you out on it, like directly calling you out on it about next of kin, all of that business. This insanity with Scott. He clearly was not having any contact with anyone in his family. And somehow he ended up in a jail talking to Cindy again. Yeah, he knows exactly what this is. I don't have to say a word. I know exactly what's going on with him. He doesn't have to say a word. Right? It's just it's like I said, knowing him, it's probably like he's like, okay, so why am I allowed to sit in here? Because it has nothing to do with Cindy's a female. Is it just because we are family members? Because I know Cindy was talking that crap. Yeah. Sometimes people don't know that they're getting brain sick. I'm gonna see if I can put some of these, like I was saying, water bottles in the freezer. That was a quick visit. It's probably because she screamed like that. It was probably like, all right, well, now she's up acting all dramatic, just like Tommy said. That's exactly what he said was going to happen. I talked to him. I didn't ignore him. But you just go. That's why I said, to me, from my perspective, that's exactly what I thought. Like, okay, so those two people can come and visit. Okay. Because these people are damned. That's why. They're all going to fucking die. They're all burying their children and they're all going to die because of this. That's why. Not it's a fucking show that they live out their disgusting fantasies on. I went over it. Oh my God. Do. Oh my God. Fire. It's only 10 of 2. What time did I eat yesterday? 3. I already have that stuff prepared. And I finished up my I guess, yeah, it looks like enough reasons. I didn't know if I was actually kind of hungry last night, and all I had was one banana, because the ones from the food pantry aren't ripe yet, and those plantains aren't ready to eat. What was it? I wanted to try putting them in a paper bag, see if that makes it ripen or something. Like, what about, how I don't know if putting bananas in the refrigerator makes them ripe, but it does make them turn black like that. Did they put them in like a cool something? How'd they get them to ripe like that? It's gotta be some sort of trick. So I'm trying to figure out what to do. Like, did they put them in a refrigerator to get them to ripen like that? There's something you can do. Is it tomatoes? There's something with the paper bag. I'm gonna try it. What can it hurt? See that? You can separate them and squeeze the bags there. It can't be something that a bunch of people in the military, right, couldn't have their own house, couldn't have their own children, couldn't have their own kitchen. It's not that. That's the regular public why they don't care or do anything about it. That's not these people and the people with the phone and the people with the fucking money and the housing. Okay, so those people all are able to acquire all of those things as to why they would literally do this to a person and to this very day keep doing it. So they're not gonna explain. They're not gonna explain it because they don't know. They're in a God sent illusion. And they're being told that it's the end of their existence, basically. Anything that they know that life is, it's the end of it. They're not gonna rebirth in this physical form. So I am literally waiting for you things to die. I have no idea if the screaming was when Scott was here after he left. No idea. Just, it's not, people are not actors in a show. So it doesn't matter if he was here or not. It was clearly that was all done intentionally. And then that's another weepy sorrow that a person does. But in terms of like me and Almighty and other matters, that's why I said that. You just go, I have it in text messages, I have it in writing on this phone, in the phone that was given to Brian Buchanan. No, I'm making it up. So I would say that you have a group of people that think that they're playing characters, and they think they're like a Tudor family, and they also have wickedly grotesque, incestuous fantasies and fantasies about holding people hostage. So um, they're not just fantasizing; they're actually doing it. I'm just waiting for God to kill them. And then you'll pretend that you're not those people, and it's just day after day after day the same thing. So I ignore it. Oh, yeah, let me see. I don't think I did the news today. Oh my God, do. Oh my God. Probably starting to get hungry. Yeah. Like I said, I was hungry last night, so I'm probably starting to get hungry. Like sometimes you think you're getting like antsy or whatever, you're gonna start like complaining about something. If that's actually complaining, I'm just starting to get hungry. So I may have to eat before my typical time. Do, do, do. Starting to get windy. I don't know if they're gusty or not. Well, I'm sure for the most part he does not care. Right? He's, yeah, been around 13 years. You just go zoop. I mean, there's been some, uh, yeah, people like calling the cops on him, calling ambulances on him. Then usually they right, they try to act like he's doing something. He's not even doing anything. That's usually what it is. It's like completely fucking bizarre and insane. Jen goes through that at her household too. So apparently they're all going to have that now. They're going to invent like that. Is that a station within the clan group that there's one that's always a troublemaker and you attack all the time and they run away and you call? Yeah, there's probably some sort of primate system going on there with people that have no desire to be in it. A pro Biden dark money force. He mentioned something about the weather, so he's probably talking about the nuclear weapons. I think that's one of the sort of things that people do now. Yeah, they do it at the food pantry too. Like, I don't know what they're saying to you inside that place, but I would take it as that. Any person that's like, oh yeah, bright sunny day, beautiful day, isn't it? Right? It's, yeah, just that's God's way of doing stuff. Just because nobody can actually say what they mean, people are done being attacked. So I don't know if that's what I'm saying. I don't know if he's staying at Cindy's place, but I'm sure he's probably just like me. Like, fucking completely insane shit, man. I'm sure I would assume whatever she told him about Brian, he probably like knows he's gotta like filter out what she's saying. Like, okay, so okay, well, I have no idea if that ever came up about. Okay, was he staying at the house, or he like what did they think about him? Oh, I don't know if they ever met him. Okay, that's not fucked up. Okay, yeah, that's not. He might be like, I was never told to leave here last March, but had I been, he would probably go. That's why they let her move back in because she would fuck a boyfriend, just to stop her from having a boyfriend. Who knows? For all I know, that dude is living with someone now. For that reason, that might be why he went missing. Just that action and putting it on his Facebook. It's either that or he tried to go into a detox. Something caused people to flip the fuck out, and then he goes missing. He's probably in someone's fucking house. Like it just, oh no, you can live with. I called it. I called it at the time. That was one of my possibilities that happened. just like that Donnie guy. Yeah, his friend was living with a married couple, and then him and the wife took off, and she died, and then he's gonna have to go back living with that dude now. That's exactly what Brian told me. That Donnie guy was gonna end up being forced back into that guy's fucking house. You just go, oh my fucking god, like it's a fucking tree. And then some of them, they won't even let you have internet access or anything, I'm sure. Some of them make you work. Usually, Scott would end up in some situation where he's got to have sex with someone and he has to work. It just depends on the person. There's probably people that have to share their medication with people, people that have to work, people that have to have sex with people, whatever it is. Oh, yeah. You just go, nice weather, isn't it? And they never want to talk about the weather. They never want to talk about the nuclear stuff. They never want to talk about all these weird symptoms that people are having from being radiated. Well, maybe the vaccines, but it's not vaccines. The chemtrails, remember that? It's not the chemtrails. Yeah, I guess I'm probably gonna eat because I'm starting to get hungry. Let me move this over here. I think on Sundays, don't I usually sit on this thing? I have a whole routine to this. But then I have to put it on the floor when I go to bed. Probably because on my days off, I don't want to lay down after that soon. There you go. Because I'm using a box that was in there for something else now. And my pieces. So I'm gonna need water. Yes. Well, I took note last night that my mouth doesn't actually hurt on that side when I'm eating regular food. It wasn't bothering me at all last night. It's fun because the almonds are a little bit harder than regular food. That there. Yeah, don't I usually do this? Let me see. This computer has the Twitter account on it. Now that I just put these sneakers on, I'm taking them off again. Unless I'm not going to actually lay down. Maybe that's fine. They refuse to answer any questions. Yeah, they absolutely refuse to answer any questions. I don't even know if they're capable of answering any questions, but it's like a Nuremberg's trial, but they won't answer any questions. Okay. There's got to be a way for people to convey questions in the news or something. Are they doing this too? Probably. I would think so, to try to end the Holocaust. This was left inside the trunk, the Arc de Triomphe. Maybe he's trying to say that if you don't like me, don't try to go out with him. Maybe. Does he keep having problems like Karen stated? What are they expecting him to act like? They never go out with an attractive dude before? Probably. They're not. If you go out with a dude like that and you think he's too immature or something, don't go out with another attractive dude. You don't want an attractive dude. I would say that. Yeah. You're welcome, attractive dudes. Some females are not used to attractive dudes at all. Some of them probably go out with 4 attractive dudes and abuse each one of them. Keep telling them to grow up and stuff. No, stop telling them to grow up. Did I go over this some years ago? Please stop telling cute dudes to grow up. They're treated differently as they grow up because they're cute when they're little too. Some of them get abused like I have been too because of that. Right. Some people don't like cute kids, so they're mean. And then other kids sometimes are mean because they can see that the kid is being treated differently because they're cute and they don't like it. Stop telling cute dudes to grow up. None of that part of what Brian was doing was bad. I explained it. Stu, I actually think there's a lot of women that would say that. That becomes a problem. It's like too serious. People, they get too caught up at work and bills and stuff, and couples that like each other when they meet and it's not like weird like Al and I, that probably could be an issue because they feel like they can't be like Brian and I were at the beginning. They feel like they can't be like that because it's all caught up in being a parent, right? And the bills are making you meaner and more worried. You can't. And I know it's just I get it. Ideally for me, had I had a regular husband, I would expect my children to be like, oh my God, you guys are like so immature. That would have been funny with Brian. Like, Even in a step parent situation, that would have been funny. Just like, oh my God, my parents are both bums. Yeah, well. And then they'd be like wherever they are. If they weren't murdered and they were like in Florida or something, just. Well, they're in Massachusetts and they're both bums. They're being holocausted. Like their Jew mimicry isn't really working anymore. That was fun for a while at the beginning, wasn't it? Like after the 25th of June, and then you go, that's how it could have been the whole time. If people weren't so insane, could have been doing that for 13 years. Like allow people to meet each other, have the regular fucking internet, give out housing. No one wants to hear that crap from these people that are on the TV. No. No one believes your crap about your families. Can't be true. Anybody that's ever been happy in their lives once. That's what you things don't get. Just like Brian and I. That's still true. That doesn't go out a window. It doesn't exist. Right? Like, oh, we should help people meet up and stuff. Like a regular Jewish couple. No one happy does this crap. No. What's this? Oh, climbing for a cause. That was what I was last night. I don't know any place because you probably used to be able to do that at the Hancock Tower. They won't let anybody up the place. I took the children there and I was like, huh? We haven't let people go up there since after 9/11. Whoops. Probably. I doubt he's allowed to, but probably go right there and see some kid doing squat jumps. My hand to God, it's almighty. What the fuck? Probably all that guy does. From what I saw. I'm sure that's not anything new, but it might he might make him go. somewhere the guys are doing. I don't know, would they really do squat jumps though? They're probably just jumping off stuff. Like Charles Manson. That's not him, it's a movie about him. Only God could come up with that stuff. Maybe. You ever see birds just like the other species probably doesn't even find the stuff funny that I find funny. So yeah, only God could come up with that. All of it just, let's see if they have Richard Ramirez dancing. Let's see if they have Jeffrey Dahmer dancing. Someone even was pretending they were John Wayne Gacy dancing. Why even post it to YouTube, God? Right, that's why there's a clip of someone pretending he's Charles Manson jumping off a thing like he's jumping, like he's jog walking or something. It's the same news from yesterday. The weekends are terrible. I don't want to be mean, but are you showing me this dude for some reason? Because he's not hot. Not to me. Not in any way, shape, or form is he hot. I was wondering if it was an example of how dudes get messed up. And we went over this before. Someone might think he's cute because when he's talking, it's probably different than when he's just like that. But he should probably grow his beard out more than that. That's what I would suggest. And you should always have a cap on. Did they make him take it off? Yeah, he probably does typically. So it's like humiliating him on purpose, like that Marge person was doing to me. Yeah, he probably always wears a hat, and he should. It seems unfair and probably untrue given, especially the population of Massachusetts, that I don't know, even 30-year-old women, like if Brian shaved and he has like the rings, like that chick Missy, oh my God, hers was wicked bad. That they wouldn't go out with him. Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I don't know that. I don't know if women in their 20s like beards or not. I never did. I never liked facial hair until I got older. Yeah. I still don't like dudes with hairy chests, Michael Foreman. That's a good indicator that there's some other dynamic going on. That Brian dude has been prostituting himself so long, in my opinion. He doesn't even know how to act in an actual relationship. Yeah. Like, there was times, just the verbiage, you go, I am not your John, and I'm not a pedophile. Like, he was pointing out that he doesn't have any hair in his chest. I'm in my 50s. Dudes wax that shit, anyways. Because there's dudes that don't like it either. That's a common thing. Dudes don't like hair on not their legs. They gotta have hair on their legs. If they don't have hair on their legs, they're like Warren. Um, yeah, like bodybuilders in they're like men that are a little bit confused. But I mean, Warren said he was gay and he goes out with men. I don't. I think he shaves. I don't remember him having hair on his legs. I would expect a man to have hair on his legs. Yeah. I'm not. I'm a straight female, and I don't go out with never. I don't know, man. It's not the same when they're straight, right? But you go, John Wayne, Yul Brenner, they strike you as in any way? Brian Buchanan isn't like that either. No. He's just, in my opinion, been prostituting himself so long. He slips into verbiage which is obviously a prostitute who caters to people that are whacked out. I don't even know if they're pedophiles, but they're whacked out. Especially if they're a return customer, yeah. People could make up a whole bunch of stuff about that Chris guy yelling for his $5 back. Like, what the? No, dude. Give me my $5 back. If it was $10, then that's why he's saying $5. No, you're at least giving me half of that back now. I can see that I owe you something, but it's clearly not the full 10. Okay, so here we go. Thank you. I gotta eat on one side of my mouth, and then that side will let them get so probably. That's the reason. Yeah, I'm definitely walnutted out. My stomach is not having it at all today. This guy's way too young, but he's decent looking, this guy. That's his problem. Being abused and prostituted, probably. Yeah, I was only 25. He actually looks a little bit older than that, too. He needs to shave. You can tell he's young, but he shouldn't have any facial hair at all. Yeah, he's probably been prostituted out. He's probably been abused and prostituted for some time, given how long this Holocaust been going on for. There's a bunch of wacko people in Plymouth. Yeah. Is he not a wacko? Then he needs to get the fuck out of Plymouth because they're killing everybody there. Was he in the shelter there? Did he meet people that were in a shelter ever? Because they've been housing people, and then they think they're better than homeless people and stuff. So you got to word things in a certain way. Did he meet people from being homeless ever? Okay. He met people in a bar and then he was living with them. It could be why everything's going awry. If he's not a complete wacko, he needs to get the fuck out of Plymouth. Yeah. It's possible he's the other species, but the way that he looks, it's also possible he's not the other species. Excuse me. And he's being holocausted, and God's indicating to him strongly to get the fuck out of Plymouth. And now he's been arrested. Are they going to keep him there? He's using cocaine or he's selling cocaine? He hasn't been noticing anything weird with allergies or his eyes or something. Yeah, just you need to get the fuck out of Plymouth. What's wrong with you? Says everyone that went to the parade and came back with the flu. Even their dogs got sick. They reported it to us. That could be why there was so many people at the parade with dogs, because I knew it was a little bit strange. And then they started saying that there was a dog respiratory illness going around. I mean, the dogs will get sore like this one does from the radiation. I've never seen that one with the respiratory problem. It's something else out there. They're getting more than just radiation. That's what I'm telling you. You gotta get the fuck out of Plymouth. Obviously, I can't tell from a photograph, um, but yeah, like when I was talking to Michael Forian and saying something about cleaning up his act, and he seemed like a nice person, that was after observing him for a period of time, and I met his mother. Obviously, you look cute in a photograph, but that doesn't mean you're a nice person. But considering the problems you're having, it could be that you're being told to get the fuck out of Plymouth and you just refuse to listen. Was he like, did he seem like he was suicidal? Right. Like, was he trying to get sectioned to a hospital or something? You don't want to go to a fucking hospital. Is that what he's doing? He has to agree to it, not you just decide to do it through osmosis. Right. We have a program now where you voluntarily do it, but after you sign the 30-day, you have to stay in there for 30 days. Unless he has a person. But if he has a person that isn't fucking insane, it sounds like he has no one that's not fucking insane. Yeah, it sounds like he has no one that's not fucking insane. So to have ended up like that. Some of these people, and it so happened because of probably my intervention, there was one of them out in Quincy that did it. She designated another insane person the ability to sign her out of a detox. But because I met the person, he asked me about it and I told him not to do it. So he did. And then she ended up breaking up with him, apparently. Well, there you go. That's the only reason she was ever talking to you. She was using you to be able to do just that. You were probably the one person she could designate in her life that would agree to keep signing her out of there. Honestly, in life, wouldn't you rather be alone or find another person than to stay with someone like that? That's why it doesn't matter now anymore, but how a person named Denise ended up as a emergency contact when the dude changed it to me, because clearly I wouldn't have allowed him to be signed out. Why can't we call 911 from Washington, D.C.? Okay. So clearly, anyone could go into a medical record against a person's will and change it back to some person. I don't even know if that was the person's name. He said it was some aunt of his. Is it his actual aunt? Because there was people that used to call that toilet auntie. That's another thing they do that's fucking gross. I know that, like, really get to learn that thing. She's probably dead already. Okay. She told us to call her Lulu. Oh, she doesn't tell you to pretend she's your auntie? Where's Rob? Did Rob show up there afterwards? The dude was already gone at that point. Yeah, I'm looking for someone named Brian Buchanan in what's it, George with the cane. I'm sure he knows who George is. Yeah, she is gross. Okay, so now it's called her toilet and not auntie. He knows. He used to hang around with them. You ready to go to Rite Aid? I don't have any of my medications. She's one of those. Jeremy. Yeah, like seriously, I don't know if yeah, it's like in a way it's sad. It's like, dude, that is all you have to do. That's all you have to do. And then all of a sudden the person is like, will be your boyfriend. Huh? No, I'm not giving you drugs. What the fuck? Anyways, I feel in a way bad for the females that actually do have medication. Yeah. No, I said I could get it, which is not a lie. And then you go, I am not getting medication for you. He asked me to go out drinking with him. Nah, I don't think that's what you're actually doing. Yeah. But he's on a bicycle. He's worse than Brian. I don't remember Brian on like a skateboard or fucking. Some of them are probably on motorcycles at this point, like those electric scooter things. Thank you. Oh my god! And then they take off. Brian was explaining it to me, which is not surprising. That's what they do. Oh yeah, I'm sure. That's why it wouldn't surprise me he ever did that, but I'm sure. They will ask you if they can get a soda or something on your card, any card, and then they're gone and you never see them again. Oh, nah, none of them. They're not going to do that to me. Even Lucas Mary didn't do that. No. Some of them I give money if I have it, if they ask for it, but most of them don't. He bought himself a drink and I think something to eat. He didn't buy drugs or he didn't buy nips or cigarettes with it. Jeremy. He probably needed a drink, like Gatorade. Yeah. Probably doesn't have a snap card. He didn't have a phone either. So it's pretty disgusting. So, like I said, waiting for people to die. Well, I don't know if they expect people to do anything. It's like murderous. I don't even know if they expect people to do anything, but clearly you're either going to be a prostitute or you're going to start committing crimes. And then it's any excuse to arrest you and put you in fucking jail. They tried to put me in jail. You ever see me stealing anything out of a store? Nope, I don't do it. Some of them, because they're so retarded, they act like they are sort of like law abiding and stuff. And it's like it becomes so perverse, right? Like they're law abiding and you're some sort of a criminal or you've got a mental health problem and stuff. And you're like, These people are murderously insane and they're criminals. Okay, all right. So the Virgin Mother's going to jail? No. Assessment over. This looks like the same exact, even on CNN. Okay. Who the hell is Kate, Princess of Wales? I'm sure that they're making fun of someone that's a huge fat cow. Obviously. Yeah, the truth about menopause and weight gain is obviously a bunch of bullshit. More fat cows justify being fat cows, but your shape might change, I guess, but it doesn't mean you're a fat cow, right? Just the truth about people that are fixated on their mother. I explained to you, go, that is gross, dude. Have you seen what like 20 and 21 and 22-year-old women look like? I'm trying to find Reebok sweatpants and you go, right. That's why some younger men like older women. But I mean, these people are like trying to go out with, they're trying to find 25-year-olds that look like a 60-year-old woman. It's gross. By the time that chick is 35, she'll be obese and then they're not going to want her anymore. Right. You need to go out with older women. Stop telling younger women to have like a certain body that younger women don't have unless they're fat because they're just going to get fatter and fatter. You need to understand, especially when they're not athletic, they get fatter and fatter. And then they have a couple of kids, fatter and fatter. Once they hit 30, they start to lose all their muscle mass and they get even more fatter. You need to go out with older women, or I guess if you're fixated on a body type, you've got to go out with older women. Yeah, because you're not going to stay with someone. She's just going to get fat. It's just not a possible thing that a woman of that age can obtain without being overweight. She doesn't want to look like that. Yeah, it's like stations in life that it's just you're cycling in a lifespan. Yeah, you're not like planning to be a certain way. You're not Kim Kardashian. You're not doing lipo and inserts and pillows in your bum and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I remember when I was younger, women like myself when we're younger were just thin. We don't have like definition in our arms or any of that. It's just you just like I'm saying. It's I went to find a thing to explain about my sweatpants, explaining it to people and going, yeah, I guess you'll grow into those. But like exactly how Michael liked Mia, to me that's normal. I don't know how old she is. She can't be older like in 2020. She can't be older than like 35 if she's even that. And he's 24 at the time. So that's normal. Yeah. She's tall and thin and doesn't have really definition because he's 24 years old. Yeah, that to me is normal. It's also normal if a dude like that likes an older woman. But I mean, in your 20s, older is 35. That's older, I guess, if she's 35. Yeah, just Brian Buchanan. A dude who's 36, it could go either way. That's the thing about dudes in their 30s, right? It could go either way. You could have a dude that's like 35, 36, like him, who maybe would go out with someone that's 40 and typically wouldn't go out with someone in their 50s unless it's someone like me. And then you go, I don't usually go out with people in their 50s, but you got a nice ass. You got a nice ass. And I'm never going out with anybody that beautiful in the face. So, right, it just depends on the woman. Shipping CEO. Tom Hanks Oscars. You got a nice ass. I'm making up a whole skit in my head. That's why I'm laughing. And there's Charles Manson about, like, I am brand new. What the fuck, this dude? What is this? And then he's becomes like that's what's funny about it is he starts talking about like one of those Oz neutered males. I am brand new. What? That is completely inappropriate. You're gonna go out with this dude? I got a nice ass. Charles Manson goes all establishment neutered male. I had nothing to do with that speed stuff. It has nothing to do with that. Where you just go, what in the hell? This guy is doing me, and he's on the outside. Some people going off along. They got to make up something, and then that person's either stuck in someone's house, but it has to be someone they don't want to be around, or they're in jail. It's not even funny. Like they can see them with the satellite at this point. Do. Someone's house he doesn't want to be around. Jail, homeless shelter. And then the shelters make sure you're out in the street. And then again, when you're out in the street, you're either in jail, someone's house you don't want to be in. Just like literally like monkeys throwing you around. Just like in the jungle. And they're chasing each other until you're in another pack of them. They don't know the stuff they're doing. Some of them have no choice but to, I guess, pretend that that's funny now. I don't really find it funny, no. Oh yeah, we're all gonna do it on purpose. We're gonna put these things on again. We're all gonna get mohawks, like we're in Gremlins, but we are the Gremlins. Yeah, this is probably the stuff that Charles Manson was showing to those people. Yeah. Let's do it. Charles, you going? Nah. I'm gonna hang out with Millie May tonight, but you guys have fun. Nothing to do with that stupid stuff. Hell. Charles Manson's online ordering that eyelash stuff. Remember that eyelash stuff? You ever hear about that? What do they call it? It's not your anesthetist. What's it called? The one that does your waxings and stuff. Is it called an anesthetist? Yeah, because the woman that used to do my waxings, I think she sold it. Am I mixing up between her and the salon I used to go to? It's some eyelash stuff that you put on. It's supposed to make your eyelashes grow. I don't need that stuff. I wouldn't do it even if I did need it. I'm sorry. I really don't think I would. I would just be eyelash challenged. Yeah, I even if I did need it, I wouldn't do it. Yeah, just Charles Manson's doing that. He's got to figure out everything. He's got to get the glasses. He's got to do everything Brian Buchanan does. Yeah, and then at what point does Brian Buchanan's reality cross over? Okay, so what's he doing? And it's like that thing like Jimmy Fallon was doing. Wasn't it you Justin Timberlake? Justin Timberlake he was doing it with? Oh my god, I'm getting really good at this. Brian Buchanan shows up in Quincy Center and stuff. He's got like that trench coat thing on, and he's like, people go, "Yeah, hey, didn't I just see you over there?" And he's like, "No, I just got here." After about the third day, and then it's like that episode of Twilight Zone where the woman's at the train. Remember that? Is it a train station or a bus station? It might be a bus station. It has to be a train station because Brian Buchanan can't jump buses. What the? Start chasing his own shadow around. But it's not his shadow, it's Charles Manson. Doing him. That's what you would do if he was still living. I would go right to the internets. Yep. Find out how to contact Charles Manson. Go, yeah. So this dude I was going out with. Yep, another one. Is this happen all the time when he was still living? Shh, dear Charles Manson, I was dating this man. Here's another one. Yep. And then they have a contact number and they go, let me guess, he was doing me. Okay. So what does he do? And then he's doing an interview. He calls up Geraldo Rivera because it's the Virgin Mother. Of course, you do it. He calls up Geraldo. Yeah, we got another one. And then he goes on the interview because he's got all the description, and he knows that this dude is watching him because he's trying to model him, and then he's breaking hearts and innocent, nice women, and he's involved in that speed crap. So then he's going to pretend he's him, probably in the Brand New. Because that seems just this is a Jewish man behaviorism. At what point is that not still Charles Manson, Brian Buchanan? At what point is he doing you, doing him? Yeah, dude, I know your passwords and stuff. Unfortunately, he's not around, but he probably would. He probably was doing that for years of his life. Just here comes another one. Yeah, that would spark outrage if someone said that people should negotiate. Yeah. Negotiate what? I know you just go negotiate. People did at least a decade of that. There's nothing that can be negotiated. It's just animals that are profoundly insane. There's no negotiating. I know you go negotiate. God Almighty's doing a mass extinction. How do you negotiate that? I know you just go, I can't stand talking to them. How do you negotiate a mass extinction? Right. Just know this. If you're talking about Israelis, are you talking about Almighty God's prophets or Almighty God's chosen people, as you call it? Chosen to be people and not animals? They're not, there's no negotiating. They're messages of God. They're just explaining to you what's going on. It's not a negotiation. I don't know that is she looks Jewish, the one that was copying his dance after he said he was brand new. You're brand new. That's it. I'm relaxed. I'm doing pretty good for an off day because I didn't take a walk yesterday either. I went to the food pantry and then did my arm stuff. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good because I definitely will be taking a walk tomorrow. Because even though it was only 15 minutes, even though I did jog walks, it's like it's the only way that I can cope because um, there's nothing else you could do but just constantly fucking scream. That's all you can do, right? So you just none of it makes any difference. It's been 13 years, um, so I don't know if I went over what I did last night already. I probably did. Sometimes it's good to sort of like deflect as long as you don't become obsessed with like one topic. Like if you just are talking about food like constantly, then it's not a good diversion. If you just go, so yeah, to get away from it was just starting to get a little bit irritating to me. Um, I finished up that Mediterranean crunch mix thing last night. So I still have a one thing of romaine lettuce. Oh yeah, the cabbage. I'm kind of surprised no one donated cabbage to them. because that's cheap for cabbage, but I don't think I would buy it now. If my Snap card was loading regularly, I definitely would because I like cabbage. And then I just wouldn't get stuff from the food pantry. Right. But because they've been giving me so much roughage, I don't think I'll do it even though it's cheap because I need every penny to pay for soda and water. Yeah. So anyways, even though it's not money, it's SNAP food units. And even if it was the cash amount, it's on a card, right? I know it is kind of better though. It's better that I think they already did that. That's why it's so bad what they've done to me. It's just causing more problems for everyone. I think the whole population already decided that everybody has to use money and that they don't have to worry about not Exodus 20. Okay, I thought we had that all settled, and then they started doing this more fuckery with me. It's not just about money, it's the whole commandments. It's about explaining to a being that it's a different species. There's not a way to turn into my species. It has to do with acceptance. Right. So there's other forms of life. It's almighty. Yeah, you get it. It's hard for that species to open up its mind and realize that. So, that was it for the food, I guess. I was started to veer off as sort of like a coping. Some people, I noticed it with candy. It was becoming like obsessive, but I think she has an issue with food, anyways. That was like constant. I just eat. So if you haven't eaten and you're like starting to veer off into talking about food, you're probably hungry. Right. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah. Did you notice that that doctor in the video last night was talking about intermediate fasting? Okay. So if yeah, this has to do with the damnation about the shelter. Um, right. If you're like going, just move into a shelter or something, something. Okay. I know why I would even have to respond to that. I don't know. But um, it's about the people that were running the shelter. It's about people that were given funding to put me in housing, and they absolutely refused to do it. Okay, so um, the doctor explained even the intermediate fasting part of it, which I'm not sure if the other doctor did. Okay, like I explained how in 2021 I was trying to fit all of my calories in in a very short period of time. It's impossible to do. Like these people were at the point of making me physically ill, and this is still going on. They're murderously insane, right? It's a whole group of people. That's why you can't arrest people and put them in jail. They have to be put down. There's not anybody to care for them. Okay, so anyways, there's people that specialize in that. Yeah. So they let them do their jobs. There's people that specialize in killing people, even though you don't want to use those words. So uh if I'm like in a shelter and I'm out at 7:30 in the morning and I take a walk, right? And then I'm not used to eating till about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay. I have to be in a line at a shelter by 4 o'clock. Get it? There's no way that I can eat everything I'm supposed to eat in a 24-hour period in an hour or two. I was getting like bloated and feeling sick from trying to eat all that food. Not I have an eating disorder. They don't let you bring in food and you can't eat in the shelter. And I requested later entry to be able to eat dinner before I went into the shelter, and they absolutely refused to grant me it when other people were doing it. There's no way they can possibly explain that. They're like completely emboldened. If you went in there and talked to them, right, as long as you can control your temper, if you went in there and spent any amount of time and stuff, you just go. Most people end up having to leave. They end up having to leave or they get kicked out because it's a lot for the mind to have to absorb. And watching them abuse people and stuff in there. Right. So that's what I'm saying about this dude. Was he in a shelter? Right. Was he forced out of a shelter and then he was moved into someone's house? He needs to get the fuck out of Quincy. I mean, the fuck out of Plymouth. Pardon my French. Okay. Um, it's not safe for anybody to be in that shelter in Quincy. Uh, I told you that I thought they had gotten to the point of literally sickening people, not just putting stuff in the food anymore, but literally sickening people by putting stuff in the food. So I told you I thought that they were purposely shutting off the water, not they had to shut it off. Anyways, nothing. Um, the doctor about the intermediate fasting, right? So when a person has a medical condition and can't stay in your shelter and you have rooms, it's not like you have to wait for a housing from HUD. In the hotel, they put, God just remind me to remind you, they put so much salt in a stir fry, they added sugar to it so they could add more salt because they were trying to kill me. Probably. That's why the cops this past time never said anything to me about going into the shelter. Yeah. They did ask why we were outside. So, right. He's homeless. I'm homeless. I'm told he can't come back here. And I have a stay away order to where he sleeps. So you people are all going to be dead. You're being put to death because you're fucking profoundly insane. Is that getting any clearer? Okay. I can't stay in a shelter because of my medical condition, and the people there are trying to murder me. They're actively trying to murder me. Okay. No one will give me housing. And then the place where I'm housed, I can't have my boyfriend at. A judge tells me I can't go where my boyfriend is. He issues a stay away order to the entire MBTA when they're told he sleeps at a train station. So you people are being euthanized. And trying to trap me in a shelter where I can't follow my medical diet. That was your response to me in a courtroom. Not really, but I already said that I would take the moral authority to do it. It's called an et angle, an EO, an et angle. It means a fingerprint. Yep. Well, because really all it takes is that the people are guilty of treason against the United States of America, because the punishment is death, right? It's kind of the, maybe for a lot of them, it's the easiest way to do it because their dementia is so bad, right? It's just, there's not enough jails, there's not people to care for them. So, like I told you, I couldn't believe those people were still running a shelter when I went out there. Why was that still being allowed to go on? Is that what Elizabeth Warren said when she went out there? Did she go out there and go, how the fuck is this building completed to be done? Oh, yeah. Everything is in opposition to what I say. They're going to prove me wrong about everything. Maybe she thought the same thing. I figured they were given money to get those people out of a hotel, like hostage negotiations. They literally were allowed to finish that building. I know you get them out of a hotel, you tell them that they're having a shelter, not they're having a shelter, to get those people out of a hotel, and then you tear down this building. You don't finish the other building first. You get the full scope of it, right? Okay. That's a lot of people that have to be put down because they're profoundly insane. You're acknowledging that you're helping people murder US citizens right in full public view, right in your city. So yeah, 100,000 people I expect to be put in a fucking grave, and then keep telling people, tell 7 million people there's no housing available for us. Keep doing that. People in the suburbs that are losing the ability to drive, keep telling us there's no housing. No one's going into a fucking shelter. No. Nope. No one's going to your shelter briefly and then you put them in housing and you figure out what type of housing they need. No, you don't figure out what type of fucking housing I need. 13 years you've been trying to fucking murder people, not you figure out what type of housing we need. Oh, yeah. I already told you. Feel free to go to their Social Security office and then see what you find out. Just like I did in 2022. And the mind boggles. The mind boggles. They already know, hence all the nuclear material, but they were going to do it anyway. That's why they let them do it. That's why they allowed them to do it. They enjoy doing it. It's an excuse for killing people they were planned to kill anyway. But in terms of just regular United States of America citizens, maybe even the police, okay, you go, in terms of proving it, it's already been proved. It's already been proved. They they started printing themselves money through the DTA office on top of every other place they've been getting money. And then you're supposed to use that to pay the people at the shelter to put you in a room, not your own apartment. No. And then you can't have overnight guests. And they can check your room at any time. And then apparently, when people reported what was going on, they started doing it in their own houses. That's when you find out that people have dementia. Because it's like a primate behaviorism where They copy stuff that other people are doing. If they get away with it, then they start doing it themselves. So there's no way of stopping it now, because that's why I told you 100,000 people bloop, and then see if the rest of the population then begins to understand that's actually not being allowed. It wouldn't matter how many times that person says something about hostages, because they won't stop telling you it's Gaza. They won't tell you it's fucking Quincy. They won't tell you it's Hyde Park. They won't tell you it's Dedham. Okay? I don't really care. Right. The end result is the same. So it's similar to what the military is doing. It's similar to the people that orchestrated this entire thing. Everything's a them, they. Is that so people could take their walks? Yeah, usually. Oh, I got to adjust this clock. Usually I'm back by like 3 or 3:30, but I got to say sometimes in the summertime, yeah, because I know it's going to be, it just changes my whole clock. Yeah, I get messed up in the winter because I still leave. I've been like leaving even later, but in the summer, especially if I do my Dedham walk, I'm always gone longer. Sometimes I don't get back till 4 or 5 because it's light till 9 o'clock at night. I don't even know if I stay up later or I just eat later. I'm more apt to eating 2 meals and stuff in the summertime. It's harder to fit it all in the wintertime. Okay, let's see. Time. Here we go. 3:21. I just sprang forward officially. Well, yeah, because they said it was going to be gusty winds and stuff. Let me see what they're saying on this thing. Wind advisory. Because I was going to say, if it said flood, does it look like it's raining? I told you my sort of hope, but I'm not confident that that's what God is saying. I'm hoping that the problem people are all going to die first, and then the rest of the Passover goes over better. With the bad people being the people that are holding on to housing that they don't actually live in. They're keeping hostages. They're cutting off people's communications. Okay. They're stopping people from living in tents outside, which wouldn't even be needed if you had housing, probably. Um, and they won't free up the stipends. Those are clearly, to me, the same people. To me, that's the same people. So I'm like waiting for that to stop. Like those people have to literally die. Yeah, because I think that clearly it's like gruesome. You don't even want to think about it, but there's been like some sort of effort where they're stopping people from being able to talk to anybody they want to, and then they keep trying to like, I don't know what some of it becomes weird. Where how many years before you realize people aren't going to interact with you? And then it's probably becomes just like they're John Wayne Gacy and they're just storing people. And they can cope as long as those people aren't interacting with other people. Yeah, I mean, look at this that's going on. I used to be all over the internet with other people on Twitter making jokes and stuff, and it's just seriously, what the fuck is this? So I'm sure they've done it to anybody that was on there that was popular and funny. I'm sure they're in an internet prison, guaranteed. And then I don't know if some of them made up. It doesn't mean they actually believed it. They made up that they were giving other people a chance to be quote unquote famous or something. It's just completely fucked up, man. Now everybody give this person a chance to be on stage. That's not how life works. I'm not a fucking celebrity. I'm a prophet. And right, you go, you're not only doing that, I'm in a room like this pretty much 24, it's either 22 to 24 hours a day, like a literal fucking prisoner in solitary confinement that's committed no fucking crime. You're even intercepting everything on a fucking cell phone. You're that deranged. Right. For the millionth time, two photographs of me with a man holding hands in my fiance, and you flip the fuck out, and I haven't seen the dude since or spoken to him. And you outlawed Florida alimony. You're not fucking anonymous. Right. So you clearly would do anything and everything to make sure that nobody that's like attractive would even fucking have contact with me. You're so sick. All of it. Some of it, people wouldn't even understand what was going on because you're all powerful. You would have someone arrested. You would give someone work 3 states away from here. You would give someone a fucking house. They wouldn't even know what the fuck was going on. You would make sure they were suspended from a fucking shelter. All of it. You would pretend you're me or another person on the fucking internet. Oh, I just don't really want to talk to anybody. I'm taking a break from social media. You're fucking deranged. I don't think it really looks that windy, do you? Because it doesn't mean that. It's about nuclear weapons. I would say at first I had a concern about that too, that they were trying to make people question everything and wake up to the lies or something, but I really think it's about nuclear weapons. Even the people nuking us would probably laugh at that because they'd go, "Yeah, I could see that because people are wickedly insane. They do stuff like that. Yeah, they do stuff like that." okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to tell them that there's going to be 4 feet of snow today, and it's like this. And then we'll see if they can wake up to the greater truth. And then what do we do? What do I do when I wake up to the greater truth? What happens? Oh, this is tomorrow. This isn't even today. Wait a minute. This starts tomorrow at 8 a.m. until Tuesday at 1 a.m. So it's 2 days of it. Okay. Well, my bad. I just read it. So it's supposed to be 50-mile-an-hour winds tomorrow. This says 44 and partly sunny. So maybe that is what will happen tomorrow. You just go. They did it with snowstorm, in case you forgot. They did. They did it with the snowstorm like 2 weeks ago. They said it was, and you just go. Did we get any snow that day? We might have got like a few flakes. It's supposed to be 69 degrees on Thursday. You have to do this till April 19th. It was originally March 19th, and then they shut off my Facebook and demanded a 6-month stoppage, and they're not getting that. So it's going till April 19th. And I think so far they haven't made any more insane demands like that, because you're not demanding a fucking thing from me. It's time for you to realize that you're not controlling thermonuclear weapons through fucking Facebook shutoffs. It's really important for you folks to realize that. I've watched other people make prophecies and stuff over and over and over again. And I'm not sure that that person still can't understand that she's not a prophet, but maybe she does. Yeah, she hasn't really been. She would go in the same room I used to go into because she was copying me. It's just a species. It's not just her that does it, you know. If you're blaming that on her psychiatric condition, it's what primates do. There's a lot of people doing it that don't have her diagnosis. So if you start doing that stuff, it doesn't mean you have her diagnosis. It's just that's what primates do. She would put herself in the room that I was in and then come out of it and start telling us this, like she heard news in her head in there. And then she's saying all these things that are going to happen. And of course, they didn't happen. They just don't believe that a person does something that they don't do. They can't understand that as primates. I'm not a primate. Okay. I'm a different species. I'm not even sure everyone in my species does what I do. I don't know that. Okay. I don't see how they could live here without seeming like a prophet. But I don't know if they're right. I don't know if they're doing exactly what I do. I don't know, have the answer to that. Yeah, I mean, I would say it's my understanding that I'm the oldest living member of my species. So, right, when you're the oldest and you've been doing something for a long time, you might just seem better at it. With the other species gone, then that over time is not going to remain to be true. So we'll see if it's actually windy tomorrow. Is that the deal? Okay. I guess I'll be blowing around in the wind because yeah, I don't usually my when I have a schedule, yeah, when I have a schedule, weather usually doesn't stop my schedule, right? I go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then I got to look at what I have on Friday. Yeah. Because I felt like I was getting too lax, so I wrote a schedule. I used to do this before, and then I sort of veered off of it. If I'm consistently back into walking like pretty much every day, then I won't have a schedule. I made a schedule on purpose, and I wanted to start rebuilding my arms because I hadn't done a schedule because of last year what happened to my shoulder. Well, everybody is different, so if you had something like that happen to you this winter, it gets better. But it took about, I know I keep saying 6 months and it probably wasn't. I keep doing it. Um, I had the shingles in December, at the end of December, and then it might have not actually been that long after that. Sometime in January or February, um, I injured my shoulder. Yeah, but it was like injured, but it was because of the radiation. And honestly, around here, I don't know if it's that they don't know or they won't admit when something's going on. Okay, like I got picked it up from the dog that it wasn't just me. So it took a while for me to realize that clearly something's going on because of the people around me. But there's a dog living here, and I could tell that the dog was having issues, and then the issues would resolve, and then it would have issues, and then the issues would resolve. So that's how I got it. But when I went out to the shelter last winter, I met like three females, and one, it was like 50 people. Three females and 50 had the same exact thing with their shoulder, right? It's from the radiation. You might go, but you're all homeless and you're all carrying stuff. We've been doing that since 2012, and never at any given time in that shelter did three women all have an injured shoulder at the same time. Give it a rest. So it was like that when I got to the shelter. I couldn't even lift my arm like this to do my hair, to wash my hair, to put it in a thing. So never mind trying to do working out. But honestly, I guess if I had actually started doing push-ups, it may have went away, but God didn't tell me to do that then. Yeah. So this year I had a schedule, and I did notice at the beginning that it seemed like there was once or twice where the shoulder might have been doing it, and then it cracked and didn't do it. And I explained to you about the thing here where, and it was right where I had the shingles, and then it went bloop all the way up into here. That's been way better than it was. So even that, and then the latest thing was the ankle. It's some weird phenomenon that after you crack it enough times, it moves on to another body area. I'm getting like full body radiation. So, it's worse in Plymouth and Quincy. There is a brain plague, but yeah, it's that thing in Plymouth was definitely like a flu or something. And I could tell, yeah, maybe I have because of my immune system. I don't know what happened with others that went out there because they're all strangers to me. Right. So I don't know what happened to everyone that was out there, but they said their dogs got sick. Um, yeah, like it felt like when you're about to get bronchitis, but you don't have it yet. And I never ended up with it. I didn't even really have a cough, but I was laid out in bed for an entire day. And that's the same time period where she got sick. And then apparently she fell. and she's been bedridden ever since. She cannot walk around. So that's been since December. So it's been 3 months now, because it was December 7th when I went to the symphony. Right. It was reported to me that she fell when I was at the symphony. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that seems like wishful thinking, doesn't it? But anything is possible. If she had something happen in like her hip or something or a knee, like I said, my shoulder was like that for a good 3 months. Laurie went to physical therapy to get rid of it. I started doing certain things, which I don't know if she's even doing anything. I don't know if she can pinpoint to you what's going on. She just says she can't walk. Yeah, she was standing up. She was able to stand up. So I don't know if it's just progression of brain illness, right? Yeah, clearly that she doesn't have anybody to like help her walk around at all, and to see if, you know, is something dislocated or whatever. Because like I said, when I did this thing recently where I pinched a nerve, it will hurt and hurt and hurt until it's unpinched. There's certain exercises and stuff you do. Like when I walked up the hill at Sprague Street, and it went because God does it, but not everybody has that. Apparently, not everyone has that, and they go to other people like chiropractors and stuff. So they're showing you, if you look up on YouTube, a lot of people go into chiropractors, I guess, to have that stuff cracked out. I explained a couple of new things I learned. If people have in certain areas of their body, if you started putting mats down and laying down and doing like ab work, but like when I do ab work, I also lift up my legs off the floor. But that I noticed it cracked a little bit of my lower back, and I would never even I didn't think I was having back problems or anything. It's just no, that's got to be part of it too, because I've been doing ab work like that for years, and I've never cracked anything. Yeah. I don't think I'd ever allow anybody to do that to me. Yeah, that's scary. But like, say that those people have a pinched nerve. Yeah, if that's why they're doing it, then obviously they're taking the risk. They probably go, "What more could possibly happen to me?" Um, I haven't been having that. It's like all cracked out, I guess. But um, the thing I was having, yeah, it, I don't know if it was tension or not, but I don't. I was wondering at times if it was from the nuclear. Yeah, like the air pressure. I think there was a couple of times it was definitely from air pressure changes. So that's good to see. 69 degrees. It'll be less noticeable now, especially if you're ignoring symptoms. It'll be less noticeable now that it's spring and summertime. I mean, some of these people, 88 degrees in April is normal. If it's going to be like that here, like it maybe it was. I can't be in two places at once, folks. So it could have been doing it here when I was in Quincy. But last April, it would be like 88 degrees. And then all of a sudden, right, it seemed like right when we were getting in line for the thing, like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there'd be a retraction and the skies would get cloudy, and all of a sudden it would get noticeably cold because it's only April. It's not supposed to be 88 degrees in April. So it would be like a sudden quick cooling. And it wasn't, I just took a walk. Oh no, it's walking from a library to that place. It's a 10-minute walk, if that. I take my walks in the morning. So it wasn't that. And you'd just be like, oh my God, what is going on? And it would get colder and colder as we were standing there. So you might get some of that if you'll notice it on your walks. If you like say tomorrow, say for some reason it would have happened tomorrow, it'll be like that, probably that bright sunny sky, and you'll be like, yeah, it's like warm today. What's it supposed to be, 44? It feels warmer than 44. And then say by the time you walk, it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all of a sudden you'll be like, why am I feeling colder on my walk? That's what was happening in Quincy. Like, remember that? I was like, why am I feeling cold air already? Like the temperature shifts were like weird and noticeable. I have no idea if it was going on here. People do not really acknowledge that stuff here. Different species, they go like immediately into something even when you're talking to them. Because I have talked about it, and it's just like a tadpole. But they're saying it'll do that on the 14th, and then by the 19th, it'll be 46 degrees again. Yeah, I mean, in spring, obviously, you can get up and down like that. So that's why I said that here come the excuses. Even they'll forget last winter already. That's a good question that you can ask people, especially in like another, what, week, about the snowfall. The winter we just had, right? Even in a week or two. I think in the past, when people try to divert away from questions like that, um, you wouldn't notice it. But after last winter, it's clearly dementia, like a cognitive problem. It's definitely a cognitive problem at that point. Yeah, because all of them will divert away when they don't know something rather than just go, now that you mention that, I don't even remember that. I can't, if I had to think about it, I don't remember last winter, as weird as that is. We're driving to the food pantry Saturday, and I'm looking at Memorial Field getting sad, going, that was an entire winter. I walked over there once, a total of one time, right? Oh, yeah. Memorial Field and Endicott Estate. I didn't even go through the Dedham Cemetery at all, or the one over there. So the winter before that, there was at least a couple of days I got to do it, right? When I had that coat. Oh, yeah, bring the phone tomorrow because of that cemetery. Yeah, I know you just go. So it was worse than the year before this winter. It was worse than the winter of 2022, 23. 2021, 22, there was a couple of times we had snow because the first day I went out, we had just had a blizzard like storm when I was forced out of the hotel. And then there was at least one other time we had snow because I remember laying there. It was kind of cool. I remember laying there, and there was the DTA office was closed, right? It wasn't even open. It was still closed from COVID. And like there was snowbanks, and it has an overhang, and Hancock Liquors is right there. So you can hear the wind whipping around, but it's not on you. That's why I was sleeping, man. I was getting mad at that chick for urinating there. She should have been forced to go into the shelter or given housing. That's what I said. Some people, yeah, you force them into a shelter when they're peeing where someone sleeps. Yeah. So, nothing. I was just laughing about Jake. I don't think he sleeps over there, does he? I don't remember seeing him sleeping there, but over by the library when the library was closed. Yeah, when the library was closed. So, anyways, um, trying to pee behind that trash barrel. It's not the ground. There's actually dirt there. Yeah. So, anyways, that's what you do to the Virgin Mother. She has to try to pee behind a trash barrel at a library where there's probably cameras. I know because I can't hold urine that long. No. I mean, I don't have like incontinence, but I go to the bathroom a lot, and yeah, I mean, maybe everybody's like that. Yeah, I think most people get up about 3 a.m. to go to the bathroom. I really do. I think it's a very common thing, men and women. Not you're incontinent, it's just your bladder's full. Incontinent means you can't hold it. It doesn't mean I can't hold it. It's just how am I going to hold I'm going to hold urine for 3 hours and not sleep? No. Probably. I guess you'd eventually pee yourself. I'm not sure that's incontinent. I think incontinent means that it's you have no ability to hold any urine. I think that's what incontinent means. Not you refuse to get up and use a toilet, and so it just eventually just floods out. Yeah, I'm not sure that's incontinent, but something's wrong with the brain. Yeah, not the stuff is not working. So, anyways, peeing where people sleep. Oh, yeah. So I know it snowed at least like twice, like a significant snow. And then I don't know if that was the same time that the news was there and I was screaming to open an effing toilet. I'm not sure if that's the same snowstorm. If it's not, that would be 3 times. So yeah, that was definitely uh, more snow than that was 2021, 22, 22, 23. I was here, right? Yeah. And that was the time I said we had at least a few days. I don't know if I remember more of it from when I was outside. Yeah. I know I walked at that cemetery at least like twice. And I went to Memorial Field because I remember wearing the fur coat and talking about how cool the cemetery over there was. But this past winter, we had like once where we had 3 inches of snow or something. I still went to Memorial Field, but it wasn't deep. It was enough to walk in. And I went to Endicott Estate, and a bunch of people walked there. I never saw that many footprints before. Right when people wanted to walk in the snow, there was no fucking snow. I know you just go, now we all want to walk in the snow, and there's no snow. And I remember seeing people walking in deep snow in sneakers because clearly they have no way to get boots. Yeah, that was probably the winter before this winter. I saw that walking on Washington Street. Yeah, just it either had to be that winter or the winter before. I've only been here for 2 years. So that's only 2 winters. Yeah, that's true. It had to have been the winter of 22, 23 when I saw that. It was like the same dude, I think. You just go, I think I was using those work boots. I wouldn't have had boots either. All my shit got thrown in the dumpster. But someone left those boots over there at the Stop and Shop. For a period of time, someone was doing that. That's another reason why the internet, the communication shut offs are so damning. I don't know if someone told these people we all got phones and incomes and then shut all of our incomes off and block all our fucking communications. So what's the point of having a phone but to access fake Facebook accounts and Twitter accounts for them to spy on us and try to interact with us and block? And then some of them started sending me crazy text messages. Mostly cloudy. Okay, so the wind starts tomorrow, so that's my bad. 8 a.m. supposedly. So tomorrow is exactly 13 years since the earthquake. It's been over 13 years. I came up here the first time in February of 2011. So we're in the 14th year of this shit. We're not in the 13th year of it, right? Am I figuring it out wrong? Okay. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I don't know. That's 13. But that's 13, and now we're in the 14th year of it, right? Fucking crazy, man. Absolutely fucking crazy. In desperation, I guess. I don't know why a mind would be that psychopathic in a desperation to be like, you've got your coping mechanism is that you're robbing people of having a fucking life. And then you stay in a hospice as someone feeds you fucking applesauce about you got to live a life. Whatever it probably. We're just waiting for you people to die. I know you just go. I would presume that is probably some of what some of them are thinking now. I don't know what if you lived a life though, why would you need to do this to other people? What are you coping about? What are you coping about? Right. You're preventing us from in this cycle of life from quote unquote living a life, but your lives are over. Your entire lives now are nothing but reflecting back on. And then many of you make up a past that isn't even true. You're reflecting back on maybe you should stop fucking thinking about it. Oh, yeah. Why am I not doing that? You ever hear me reflecting back about all the years that I was away the fuck from here? No, I never do that. No, I just live day to day to day. I don't, obviously, I'm not coping, right, in terms of like whatever the fuck that is, where you go. It probably has to do, if you're doing that, it probably has to do with the fact that you know that you're not going to be doing this again in this physical form. That's why you're doing that. If I had to, yeah, psychologically, that's why you're doing it. It's like you know it. That's why I don't do it. I don't think I would do it anyway, but in terms of what does that even mean? Like it's just annoyed, currently annoyed, frustrated, angry, disgusted. Currently, not I have any type of, oh my God, and I didn't get to do this and that. It's almost like if you were blocking a toilet like you people do, and someone had to go and be uncomfortable for 10 minutes holding urine and feces, right? And you and your brain were going, do you regret there's like a heart right in the cloud, but it's upside down. Do you regret, do you feel like Any regret are you having about never being able to use a toilet again? Never being able to use a toilet again. I think the second that God makes you walk over there, I'll be using a toilet, right? It's like currently at that second, you're like, what the? But it's not, oh my God. I remember when I used to be able to piss and shit in a toilet. No, I don't do that. There's probably, yeah, good point, God. There's nothing that I've ever done in my life that I won't be able to do again many times, right? It's just there's a whole bunch of things I haven't been able to do that I'll be able to do when you things die. Just imagine a demented animal going, there's something preventing you from moving on with your life after going, and you don't have any children. I guess it's better than yelling it at me. Yeah. What else is God saying? Yeah. Like, why am I not quote unquote moving on with my life? Because you things are in the way. You things are in the way. You have to be removed off of planet Earth. You were given $8 million to house me and you refused to do it. So, yeah. You built an entire facility when you were told to house one fucking woman, even in one of your rooms that were already existing. That's how sick you are. I think I just did Boston 25 News, didn't I? It's Sunday anyway, so I don't know. There might be a nap in order. I just started feeling a little bit sleepy. Is there anything on Pluto? Inside the Arc de Triomphe that was still there. Obviously, you had an animal. I wasn't even on this fucking computer, and you had an animal doing that pause of video, put the word yes bullshit. Probably from fucking last night. I'm not even on that laptop. Nothing to do with that stimulant stuff. Oh, stimulant crap. What? I'm sure. I'd be at the after ranch. I wouldn't just be at the ranch, I'd be at the after ranch. Your what is your what? Meaty glutes? Something like that? Excuse me. Shower curtain. Be at the after ranch on Pluto Free TV. That happened to be the first time I went to Florida because of the accent. It was like a whole party house of people in not Sarasota, Fort Myers. In Fort Myers, I went there in like high school. I went there for like 4 days. I know you go, what? Was I in, I wasn't in college yet, right? Wasn't I still in high school? Maybe it was like when I first started going to college. That I mean, you just go, you really think that I'm some sort of like dependent, whiny, histrionic fucking female? You are, if you ever thought that about me, you're fucking blinded by something. You know absolutely nothing about me, and you're completely fucking blinded by something, man. I 100%. Okay, it was some friend of fucking David Parker's moved down there and maintained contact with me. So I like flew the fuck down. I went to a travel agent. I'm pretty sure I was still in high school, but I might have been at the beginning of college. I used to work. I went right to a travel agent who booked the fucking plane ticket by myself and flew to fucking Fort Myers to, of course, be raped, to party and be raped by some disgusting dude that used to be a friend of David Parker's. It's a common thing that was happening to me because I hang around with dudes, and some of them turn out to be rapists. Yeah, some of them, but not all of them are. No. But anyway, I throw out the bad with the bad. Not I forgot it, but you just go, I went to this party house in Fort Myers. They're all want to talk to me because of the accent. And then they're asking me to say words and stuff. And then I think, well, did we have to go outside to smoke? Oh, mother of God. I never had so many mosquito bites in my life. That I remember that part of it. Oh yeah, mosquitoes love me. And it was just, oh yeah, I don't know, man. Wherever we were, it was just major fucking mosquitoes. It was a house. We weren't out in the woods, right? So, anyways, he worked for some car detailing thing. And we just then I know this is like really bad. I end up in some with some other guy in his house. He was living with his sister. Oh yeah, and his sister's the next day is just like probably trying to maintain like she could probably tell, obviously, I wasn't just some whore, right? And probably just trying to maintain, like, what the hell is this? All right, didn't they cook me food? They cooked me sea bass and everything. I'm not kidding you. And then I think he had to drive me to the airport because the other guy was pissed, who's a rapist, by the way. So that's probably why I did it. Yep. All due respect to him, I wouldn't necessarily say he raped me, but I mean, all of that, I basically pulled an Alex. I completely understand you, Alex. I was young too. I was a young person, right? And who thought they were an adult and you're getting taken advantage of. In order to get away from a rapist, I didn't expect that person to rape me. I thought he was a friend of mine because he had known David Parker. Yeah, just they're rapists, right? So, anyways, um, that's why I wanted to do the thing about explaining it to some of these people. They do things that they think they can do. I think they know they're rapists, like John Cloud, but they think they can do stuff, and then people call them out in it and stuff, and you go, well, I'm just letting you know it's wrong. Okay, just anyways. And we grow up, and I'm the Virgin Mary, so you know who you are if you're still living. I don't remember your name. No. So anyway, that's probably why I did it. But I wouldn't call that guy a rapist, but I wouldn't have been with him if it wasn't to try to get away from that guy. So I understand that stuff that Alex was doing. That's why you got to stop doing that. Right. He was passing off his rapist to another person. Right. But it's like, you got to stop doing that. Right. You need to talk to more people like me, and then I will try to handle it for you. I understand what you're doing. I'm not one of those people. Right. You have to talk to other attractive people that have been young before, and we know what you're talking about. These ugly people are never going to know what you're talking about. Right. They know what you're talking about, but they hate us. So they're going to not know what we're talking about. Trust me. So, anyway, yeah, he ended up dropping me off at the airport to fly back here. But in terms of taking trips and stuff by myself, yeah. I'm going to high school. I'm working two works. I'm going to go to college. And I did. Like, does it seem like I needed to somehow force a dude to marry me? No, I didn't need to force a dude who didn't even have a car and got kicked off the college campus and was working weekends at Channel 7 News. I don't think I needed to force that person to marry me. I had no way of knowing that guy was ever even going to generate an income. And there are dudes that make a hell of a lot more than $160,000 a year, right? That in another time and place would have probably happily married me when I was 22 or 23. They're called doctors. Had I completed my nurse practitioner, I would have been a lot more well off than I ended up. Not I was lucky. It could have been worse, but I mean, statements like that are really insulting and abusive. Anyways, the award for tongue biting. And then whenever I was already like about to turn 40 in 2011, you know, and as soon as I start talking even remotely like an adult, I'm completely attacked. That's abuse. Attacked by not even siblings, their children. And then are their grandchildren then going to be allowed to abuse me too? Stays drunk all no. Stays lit all night and sleeps in the daytime? No. No. Stays lit all day and sleeps at night is going to abuse me? That could possibly happen, and then that person's going to have major emotional problems when she grows up. And realizes who the fuck she's talking to and who she is. Right? Just, oh my fucking God. How did I get this fucked up? Either that or she'd never do it. She would immediately be like, no. Like all of a sudden, there would be a complete disconnect from mommy and grandma. And just like those eyes, like my daughter did at that stranger at Food Lion, WXYZ. Just all of a sudden, like, I don't know, maybe like what, 12 months old or something, 13, 14 months old. She couldn't even have been 14 months old because I had the second one when she was 14 months old. Just wait a minute. I run this here, and what the fuck? Why are you talking to her like that? And it comes out from a person that's that young and isn't speaking sentences yet, just goes WXYZ. That she totally did that at a grocery store. And I was like, I don't know, man. Just it's just one of the funniest things. Of it, at least for her, it's just one of the funniest things ever that one of my children has ever done. I just go, I don't know. It's got to have something to do with converting probably from Chinese or Japanese to English as the brain is growing. Like she's angry at the English language and this alphabet business, right? Just blah, 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 blah. Is it? The in crowd, okay. Mentally disturbed young woman takes a job at a posh country club. Oh, this might be decent. Hour and 33 minutes left. It's been on. What time did it start? 3:30. It's already been on for 45 minutes. Double Jeopardy. This Oculus. Oh, The Ring 2 is on at 5:30. I know. Well, it's better than no rings at all. It starts out good, I guess, but I don't like the whole thing about killing your kid. I just don't like it. You know. I remember the first time I saw it too. I was like, "What is this?" This ends at 5:45, so I'd have to remember. I've never watched this Oculus thing. It seems, did I put this on before? And I was like, especially if I'm not going to actually pay attention to it and just wait for The Ring 2. I don't know. I'm feeling like I could probably take a little bit of a nap. If I don't take a nap right now, I probably won't take one at all. It looks like toasted marshmallows in the sky. Like when you make candied yams or something. Yeah. Because it's like the sun makes the clouds look white, except for the ones right in the front, like they're toasted marshmallows. I think I did all the news. No, this doesn't look familiar unless they just posted it. Winter storm warning, flood warning. Okay, now they're doing what I just said. They're gonna go with that winter storm on Boston Dedham, the Dedham News. Winter storm warning. Let me see. What are they hoping for here? That people stop driving? Well, yeah, I mean, you'd have to determine that they're driving on purpose still, because not all of them are, right? And then the thing about promoting walking programs. I can never be against people walking. Uh, I have to be against trying to attack people that are driving. There has to be a way to get people to stop blocking peacekeepers off of the internet, because that's literally the only way that uh, people like myself can communicate with people is through the internet. Um, I've gone out into the public. What is making a noise? This. I've gone out into the public, as you know, many times, and there isn't really a platform or a venue way for me to talk to people outside of a shelter there. There's really not. It's basically just people in a shelter and a constant interference with the people running a shelter. Like even just four people sitting at a table every morning sharing coffee, these people became irritated with and kept saying a coffee maker was broken. They kept delaying breakfast and stuff. Yeah, it was obviously done purposely, like so that we couldn't even. I don't think they thought we were organizing in there, but that they were envious that we were talking to each other. They would like that's the progression of how sick they've gotten. I never noted them doing that before. Okay, so they've definitely gotten worse. The library got better. The library got way better. The people running the library, I thought, got way better. Remember when they wouldn't let anybody talk inside the library? They don't do that anymore unless it's gone back after I left there. They don't do that anymore. Okay. And as you could see from the times I was there, even though they're not doing that, it never gets super loud in there. People naturally know they're in a library, right? They know they're in a library. And so eventually, if they feel like they're conversations getting louder, they do usually go, let's move to whatever. I just see them doing it on their own. It's probably God puts it in their head to go, do you want to step outside? Da da da. Um, yeah, it's possible that he was trying to get me to go outside because he wanted to tell me something in private. That's possible. Well, obviously he can visit her again, right? If he needed to talk to me in private, right? Like, you can always write a note too. You can always write a note, but I'm not against talking to Scott, no. Unless he wanted a cigarette and he maybe Cindy told him I was smoking or something. Yeah. No. Well, it would be kind of interesting if she told him that. Just if people were slipping back into, they've got to say negative things about me. I smoked briefly over the summer after my boyfriend and I broke up. Um, after 6 weeks of being attacked, by the way. We were both being attacked. It doesn't mean I'm not saying something positive about him, but the relationship didn't even have a chance to play out. It didn't even have a chance because people wouldn't stop attacking us, like I explained. It's like really fucking insane. So we wouldn't have any way of knowing if that didn't happen, if we would have stayed together or not. But I 100%, yeah, like if I ever go out with another person, I'm going to be a lot different than I was even then. Yeah, just yeah, I probably would. I'd be like, okay, so the last person that I tried to go out with, just so you know, because I meet a lot of people that don't discuss real stuff that's going on around everyone. Okay, the last person I tried to go out with, um, people like wouldn't leave us alone. I had never been trying to go out with someone before in the whole time since I came up here. And people just literally, we'd go out in public and it was noticeable. And even though he wasn't really talking like this, I could tell he could notice it too. And he was starting to get weirded out. Even strangers to him were doing it. It wasn't just people he knew or people that I had met briefly in a shelter. A literal stranger started doing it to us. And then the whole thing that happened about the hospital and just disgusting people that I met in the shelter once that apparently are in a house, all of a sudden let him start sleeping there without me. It's like really that fucking gross. I mean, I've been all over the internet when I'm visible for 13 years and I go out in the public. So those people, like, they can't deny how psycho they are. Get it? Other people that pretend they've never seen me online, I don't want to say heard of me like I'm a celebrity, but people that are claiming that, Colleen and Michaels talked to me in that fucking shelter, but yet never came to into the center to talk to me. And my boyfriend is being invited to sleep at their fucking house without me. People are completely disgustingly insane. So, um, you know who would understand this is Judith. So that means when she came into the shelter and said everything she said, to me, that's her way of telling me what's been going on with her. Right? That's her way of telling me what's been going on with her. Okay, so she had an experience in the shelter where someone that was she thought was a friend of hers started screwing who she thought was her fucking boyfriend. And then the shelter staff acts like that's fucking normal. She can't even live there anymore. I heard she was living in a tent outside. Okay, so apparently that's probably what most people that are couples do, right? Yeah, yeah, like if you are a sex offender and you can't sleep in a tent with me without, it doesn't mean it's Patrick where there's nothing, but if you can't sleep in a tent with me without basically attacking me, like two separate tents side by side or something, because you apparently it's not safe in a shelter or something. I don't know. Does that happen when the couple goes into the shelter? Yeah, like that's why the stuff that Brian was saying about not going to the shelter, I understand that. I understand that. Especially when you don't have a group of meals in there to protect you. When right, when the meals that were doing that all left or they were kicked out systematically, then yeah, you don't want to be in there. I can understand that. Okay. I explained what I saw going on the last time I was out there, by the way. And I figured that's why a bunch of dudes were missing. It wasn't just Patrick. That Bill guy was missing too. Like they all were forced to get into fights, and then the staff systematically fucking kicked them out. They do that sometimes, and then they used to do it, and then they'd be surprised that their females would follow them where they went. They used to do it to separate couples. Not it's new, but anyways, if it's getting that sick and disgusting in a shelter, like that's one thing. It's like if I see like a chick talking to you and I go, we're not staying in the shelter anymore. If you go, then I'm not going to be able to go out with you. It's kind of like that. Like clearly, if you're my species, it goes without saying. I shouldn't have to fucking explain it to you. That's why I didn't really question it about Brian not wanting to go into the shelter. I began to question other things he was doing, like if you think I'm dumb, like say you're the other species and everything I say, you go, she is so fucking stupid. It's not really that I'm so fucking stupid. It's really not. So yeah, you got to be careful because some people that are scumbags, at first they could get away with doing that to you, but I mean, it only went on for 6 weeks. They can't keep doing it. Yeah. There's a way to protect yourself. It's called don't let anybody near your crotch. Don't let anybody near your crotch, right? And you're all set. That's why essentially nothing happened. I'm more angry about it, right? It's like I'm not, yeah, in terms of that, yeah, because it's like I had to touch your dick first before you took off like that. And I know you just go like that was a challenge or something. But anyways, um, yeah, it's only for display purposes only, Jeremy, because you're the only dude that I've talked to since then. Yeah, it's like just know this, I will hit you. Yeah, because when I was going out with him, people told me I had warrants. It's not like I'm not a violent person, but when I realized that you're not my boyfriend anymore, but you're a sex offender, that should make sense. So he was able to mask himself as still being my boyfriend up until June 25th at 4 p.m. And then you do, your mind makes up stuff. And even Jeremy's mind made up stuff. And then you go, 8 months have gone by. Okay, he's clearly a sex offender. That can't be a mistake. He doesn't even attempt to say he's sorry. Right. So just know that. I mean, yeah, because I might be more apt to go, what the fuck? Dudes like that fuck people up. And that's how you get like that. Right. Just, right. In case you're a sex offender. Right. Just know that. Okay. If you have some kind of issue where every time you ejaculate, you say a completely fucked up abusive thing, then don't put my hand on your dick because I will hit you. It's like that. Yeah. in case people again get confused about sexual assault and rape by coercion. Because the second you realize you're being raped by coercion, I don't want to rush you, okay? Or the person says something completely fucked up, probably intended to abuse you or to cause you to break up with them, you're going to hit them. That's called being raped or sexually assaulted. Not they're your boyfriend anymore. That's the whole concept of date rape and rape by coercion. It's just, I don't know how many of them do that, but then I know you just go, what the fuck did I just experience just now? They've got to have some kind of underlying psychiatric condition, because people that just straight out rape a person like violently because they want to hurt them, they don't pretend they're their fucking boyfriend first. So there's something really, like, you don't really want to do what you're doing. It's not a possible way that, yeah, like you're so fucked up. Like you want to have a girlfriend, but you're so fucked up every time you get intimate, you do something fucked up like that. And you're telling yourself that you wanted to do it. No, you didn't. That is, it doesn't make any sense. I know I wanted to do that. It goes like this. If you wanted to do that, why didn't you do it in the crypt behind the library? Wouldn't that be more embarrassing because it's outside? No crap, you just go, dude. She literally, yeah, I don't want to. If she can see this, I don't want to keep talking about it. Just why on earth would you decide that? Unless he's saying that's why he didn't feel good and shit because she freaked him out so bad. We never even had a chance to talk. That would make complete sense. No shit, dude. That's why I wasn't planning on doing anything with you. I don't know if there was like a confusion. I was doing like this, like we're in high school, and we maybe might kiss a couple times and go to sleep. I mean, I dead slept for about 12 hours, in case you didn't notice. Right. So I wasn't planning on doing anything. I was sort of like, why would he be? He must have just not really. Yeah, it's like, is she gonna, like, he was already completely horned out or something. Is she gonna keep fucking coming down here? Because her coming down and screaming at him was after the fact. Right. And you just go, that would be why a person goes, I don't feel good. Right. Just, he might have thought that I was trying to still do stuff with them. I couldn't have still been trying to do stuff with you because I told you no, I had my period. So clearly I wasn't. Also, it doesn't even matter if I wanted to do stuff. I knew I wasn't going to do stuff because that's gross. That's like when you go to visit your in-laws and you're spending a night in one of their spare bedrooms. You're not in there screwing around. No, that's like, I know, just, I wasn't asking for the person to come here and have sex. He's street homeless. Hiker rescued after falling, hitting head on. Oh, so if I was going to go out with someone, yeah, obviously. That's why I said there's no possible way for another species to. That person would think I was the most fucking insane person ever invented because they're a different species and they're not in a Holocaust. And to me, they're gross and disgusting. It's not possible for one of them to blend in because so much time has gone by. Yeah, it's just, even like I said, even Jacqueline, right? You just go, I didn't mind her in the shelter, but I don't, she's not my species. Yeah, just, there's not a possible way someone of my species would say those particular things about a person. It's not like she didn't know him either. There was people in the shelter. He had been in there a couple of nights, right? Because he spent at least 2 nights in there in the time I was there. Yeah, and obviously other people from that area, right? Because he was at the liquor store, the library. They knew who he was. They talked to him. Did he have teeth in his mouth? How would he bite his nails? Maybe he doesn't steal things. I don't steal things. Would I go in a store and steal nail clippers? No. Conning people for money in his mind is not the same thing as going into a store and stealing things. He's asking them for money and they handing it to him. I witnessed it myself. That's not the same thing as going into a store and stealing. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, if you go, these people, they're prostituting to buy nail clippers. How else would he get nail clippers? Oh, believe me, God knows. Just let you know, just reminding you. In terms of social distancing, right? I would consider it in terms of social distancing that I hope to God that people like Brian are completely past what these people think of him. It's not that you don't give a fuck what anybody thinks of you. I mean, I don't know. That's not even really that outrageous, unless you're going around hurting people in your life that are not fucked up. Then maybe, but just I mean, because I don't know if I personally care what anybody thinks of me. I'm not sure I do. Right. So, um, that's like, yeah, as long as you're not at the point where you're still worrying about what people, other species that are deranged think of you, you're not letting their comments and shit get to you. Right. Sometimes you need a person to go, these people are completely fucking insane, Brian. Just in case. Right. Just at least say something real, especially if they didn't care about what happened. If they then acted like a sexual assault is I'm psycho, right? All of a sudden that behavior is okay, but I have dirty fucking fingernails. Okay. Shit like that. What is this? I'm not looking for the Latin kitchen. No, I'm looking for the. Yeah, no one cares. I shouldn't say no one cares. Apparently, there's a dude at the food pantry that might care. Okay, but I don't. I don't want to click on a story and then it's that. That'll make me even more fucking angry. That's a new thing that I've noticed. And it's like, what the fuck is this? You're getting increasingly sick. It's supposed to be a story about people in Boston gather for vigil for victims in Gaza, and it goes to some fucking, I guess he's supposed to be a Mexican, flipping pancakes. Oh, yeah, just what the fuck am I looking at? Oh, that's why, because it's so short. It went to some other story right after that. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I don't know, but yuck. Not my type. Yep. That was. Am I mean? I don't care. This is, yeah, people wouldn't even know I thought stuff like that if you didn't do this. I know you just go, it would never come up in life because I'd be never seeing these people. I wouldn't be in a constant hostage situation doing this and having shit shoved in my face. And if I just so happen to have a boyfriend, clearly, everybody on earth, it would be ick if ever asked. So it's not helpful at all to do this to people. It does cause problems. Yeah. Okay. Norwood Middle School student charged with sending text threatening shooting. 12-year-old. Okay. Was arrested. You're going to arrest a 12-year-old? A text message? Does it say a text message? How did they find out about a text message? Okay. Well, there you go. There's your person that's fucking psycho. Yeah. Let's read it and find out. Did they strip the 12-year-old naked? Is it a female? Can we see what the person looks like? Like, if the family says it's okay, can we see whether it's a male or female? Can we see their photograph? What they look like in the face? That's what I would do if you're the family and something like that ever happened. People are that sick. I mean, I don't know about your police. I assume it's in Norwood. Okay. But people are 100% that sick. So maybe the Norwood police will show us a photograph of the person and explain what this is. Okay. Right. Just things that I warned you folks about when you came here over the summer to not do because it looks bad. That's why I told you not to do it. Right. It's like this. Once you know that's going on and you continue to ignore me, you might be being pinpointed as a problem. Not everyone attacks the police. Okay. Um, there's weird people sending text messages to people. Okay. So if you're arresting a 12-year-old, are you, how are you processing a 12-year-old? Are you having them strip their clothes and putting them in a prison cell? That's why I told you not to do it. You just go, why wouldn't you just ignore something when the person, you find out the person's 12 years old? Why wouldn't you just ignore it? I don't even know if we know that. Right. They're not saying that. I don't think. I'd have to read the story again. I don't know if they're saying the 12-year-old said they sent it or not. Just that the 12-year-old won't be at school tomorrow. Right. So I don't know if that means that the 12-year-old said, yeah, right, sent that, or the 12-year-old one, I didn't send that, or someone used my phone. Right. It's part of cyber stalking and harassment, right? If they go, uh, someone's been like doing weird stuff, and I don't know how they're doing it, but they're sending stuff saying it's coming from my phone number, right? Say that they could tell where the phone, where the cell thing came from, because text messages show up on a phone bill. I don't know if even the military would think that far in advance. Say that they were doing this to a 12-year-old and the police were notified. Like the 12-year-old explained it to someone. Okay. And the police were notified because if they get the cell phone records, it's not going to show that text message coming from where that phone was. Get it? They were on a vacation somewhere else. So it should come from there. Some people want to play these fucking insane wild games while God is killing them. That they can't do anything else. It's like they seem to get no enjoyment whatsoever out of their life. They must be completely physically unwell. They have to be. And like increasing brain reduction, where they won't, because these people have money and everything, folks. They have families, money, houses. They could take vacations. They could go swimming. They could go to a beach. They can go to the art museum. They can go downtown Boston. Um, they can go to bar rooms. They can go to restaurants. They could take cooking classes. They could go um, learn how to bake. You get it? Okay, there's so many things that these people could do. And you're talking about people that have all the world's money and technology, and that's all they want to do. It's fucking sickening and sad. Just as an example, and it doesn't mean that I'm like some sort of poster child for hobbies, but I didn't even have that much money available to me. Okay, and I would assume they either don't like traveling or they exhausted traveling somehow. I wanted to go to Russia to go to the fucking Hermitage. I mean, I don't know why they travel. You traveled the entire planet. You took a one of those. Isn't it a 90-day cruise where you cruise all over the planet? You did that. I know that you learned how to bake cakes and do those flowers and ribbon things. I'm not seeing how you did all those things. You learned how to play a piano, a guitar, a harp. You know how to sculpt things. I mean, seriously? Internet prisons, um, shutting off the fucking water and everyone pisses in a bucket again. Um, Coffee makers are shut off. Figure out how to get more money via fraud. Uh, just anybody that's been Holocausted, I'm sure you just go, oh my fucking God, that's all you can come up with in a day. Oh, yeah, remember Hull? Okay. Well, all I can do now is mentally recall things I did and suggest that to them because they don't even allow me to help them figure out what the fuck to do. Today was a beautiful day and they have plenty of fucking money. Did they take a commuter rail to Concord and walk around Walden Pond? I haven't been to the aquarium in some time. It's not the greatest aquarium, but We went to Hull. I made up a whole thing that none one like me can even fucking do because we have no money to take public transportation or get a fucking bathing suit exactly. But I made up a whole routine just at Nantasket, which is pretty basic. And then you go to the rocks and you do the picture things. Remember that? Sand castles. The birds are there explaining to you the standing poses. You can actually, at Castle Island, you can actually find clams there. When the water goes out, okay, unless they killed them all. They may have killed them all. When the water goes out, you wait for the wave, not low tide, but you can do it at low tide. But yeah, when the wave goes out, a little bubble goes boop. You can see it in the sand. Boop. And then you just dig there and there's a clam in there. I don't know if I've ever done this at Hull or City Point, but there's some places, probably Rockport, um, maybe Castle Island over right before Sullivan's. You might be able to locate a horseshoe crab. They have them in Maine, but it has to be someplace where it's rocky. Marshfield used to have them. It's like where it's rocky, and then sometimes there's water up there. And when it goes down, you can walk in those areas carefully, and there'll be horseshoe crabs and those urchin things. Okay. I don't know exactly where seahorses are, but you just go, Mother of God. Um, yeah, like they've exhausted fishing trips and stuff. I don't know if people started knocking trees over because there's some of them over here knocking trees over so you can do that thing I was talking about at Massasoit. Just, I know you go bored. You know what we should do? We should do that thing where we tell everyone that we have to switch the beds around so they can't have that bed anymore and then watch them flip out. Oh my fucking God. That's why none of those people have children. None of those people do. They're completely fucking insane in the head. Nothing to do with them. I don't know if that's, I wouldn't even say that's mentally retarded. No, but I will have nothing to do with that. I'm just waiting for God to kill it. And it is a fucking community. They're just horrifying people. And they will literally pretend like, oh yeah, and you're just like, you are so fucking sick. So anyway, that's the type of stuff I would watch out for because the public could become enraged by that. Like the things that I just said, they would think exactly the same thing. You arrested a 12-year-old over a fucking text message? We're not even getting text messages. Our phones are all being fucking frozen. And you're saying a 12-year-old sent a text message? Did you go to a house and to kidnap someone's 12-year-old so you could strip it naked and put it in a prison cell? How is anybody getting a text message? I told them when they were here in, what was it, August? I'm going with someone actually did call them. And then they went on the thing and went, wow, like it was a show. after they left. They typed wow in the thing. Remember when I came back from Quincy and I was like drinking and fucking smoking cigarettes? And they're like, oh, you're muted. Really? And I'm on the thing and I go, oh, I guess you're not going to hear anything that just happened. And magically I became fucking unmuted. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. What time is it, Sat? 5:30. Starts at 5:30. Oh, my. Just be careful if you're a police officer. I just explained it to you. People make mistakes. Apparently, yeah, I mean, have you met Jen? If she's still living, she was arrested probably about that age. So people do things that I don't know if anything happened to her, but she was arrested in Hull when she was like in junior high school. She said she was a hellion. She probably wasn't even a fucking hellion. Yeah, I would say she wasn't a hellion. She's obviously like a repeated victim of abuse. And she gets angry and stuff about it. Yeah. She doesn't want her abusers to know that it affected her and shit. Did he take the train from there? I think she has to drop a person off at a train station. I'm not sure which one it is. Judging by what happened, uh, it might be Attleboro, but I think it's a different one. There's a commuter rail, but she would still have to drive you to it and pick you up from it. Yeah, because I was wondering that too. I didn't even ask if he drove here or if he took a train or something. That was a pretty short visit. It's probably because she didn't get up the entire time. She did it to Cindy yesterday. Was it yesterday? No, day before yesterday. She did it to Cindy because she spends days up. Right? She stays up all night because she's trying to avoid him. Yeah, it's like a mixed bag. I'm not saying that she's completely doesn't want anything to do with them, but she's trying to avoid him and she'll stay up all night long watching TV and rolling around the kitchen. And if there's food available that she can reach, because it's pretty much the same thing. He spends a lot of time yelling at her. And some of it is like, yeah, because she's constantly wet with piss. She's constantly pissing and shitting herself. So for whatever reason, that the simplest of things, that somehow there can't be a solution to that fucking problem. And it's clearly being done on purpose. Right. So that's why I stay out of it. And he handles it and it seems to just be working. Right. Like I noticed it. Was it as soon as I got here? Within 6 months of being here, she wouldn't change her clothes. Right. Like her whole bed would be soaked in urine and she'd be soaked in urine up the backside. And it would be like I ran out of diapers. And then he would tell her she's using too many diapers. It just was, I thought it was a madness then. It's clearly a madness, right? But that's two people's lives and it's not my business. You basically have a person who's acting like the party was and another person that's partaking in it. And apparently before that, they were fighting about something else before I got here. That is just what two people have chosen for their life. And it's not my business because I'd be laying on the ground outside. right? So it's not a show, right? It's just, if anybody ever wonders about it, you go, anybody that's ever been involved in that woman's life for the past 15 years, I don't think that would ever happen, to be honest with you. But if by chance you're in a domestic like that, but you know that you're a partaker in it, but you pretend you're a victim all the time, and like every time someone tries to help you, you then attack those people, no one's ever going to help you anymore. So just know that. And I think she actually knows that. And it's just part of their thing where she's constantly acting like she's got to get away from here and stuff. Right. It's just some people are fucked and that's their business. So I'm not, that is not me. Nope. That is not me. And what can happen, I suppose, how other people would know this just shows how fucking insane they are. But how would anybody know all that about a family? Like, how would anybody know that shit? Get it? Okay. So you pretend that I'm doing that when I'm not even fucking doing that. Everyone knows that you haven't given me a means to live or a housing. Again, you've had a second doctor last night explain it. That's why sometimes it's back and forth, and then my belly begins to do just like they saw at Dedham District Court. And that was only from the middle of March till the end of April. That was the end of April. I was in that only a month and a half, and my belly was like that. And the judge tried to fucking trap me there. So did that fucking chick who said she was a lawyer. They tried to trap me in a shelter when after a month and a half, my belly's like this. You go, oh my fucking God. Right. And it's just like it was reported. They give you a phone, they turn your fucking money on, they tell everyone they're going to give you housing, and then all of it gets shut the fuck off and they don't do any of it. And and now you're out. And they think that's a fucking game over and over and over again until they each one of them drops dead and dies. That's all they want to do. That's what I'm saying. You go, you you got the state of Massachusetts. Never mind what the fuck this Yawkey business is. Clearly, the Yawkey Foundation gave you money too. Okay, so you've got at least $8 million and then all that in your back pocket, and that's what you people choose to do. Talk about making your whole body want to fucking vomit. It is. People so profoundly retarded they don't even know what to do the fuck with money. But to trap other people in just an insanity that fucking great that you just spend your whole day fucking vomiting. Blah. All right, so this is what I'm wondering though. How are you able to still speak words? Okay. You notice it if you notice that you don't change their clothes too. You go, okay, so you don't change your clothes and you don't want us taking a shower and you don't want us using a toilet. Are you shitting in buckets in your house? I guess I'll take these sneakers off. I'm gonna probably I was gonna say probably put this thing on the floor. Yeah, since the bar is right there, I can feel it. I've done it before on the weekends. It has something to do with when I take a day off. I've done it. I just like lay a certain way so it's like I'm in New Mexico and I'm sure it's not good, but I lay a certain way so the bar isn't like directly on me. I lay like in between it for what reason, who the hell knows, but sometimes I'll do it like one night during the week. What is that? I'm thinking it's probably my day off. I do it. All right, so let me move this stuff so I can put this thing on. This goes over here. Oh yeah, 5:30. I got 25 minutes. I briefly thought about it and I'm glad I didn't do it now. So don't ever do it. Don't ever do it. No. Nothing. Yeah, I just came up with that. That's mine. Don't ever do it. If I could, if I had a regular chat, I would. Don't let them fool you. Oh no. And then you still wouldn't know what the fuck I'm talking about, I'm sure. Don't let them fool you. Eddie Murphy is a comedian where he thinks things are fun that are not shutting off the water and forcing people to piss in buckets. Yeah. Don't let them fool you. Yeah, don't do it because that's how you probably end up in a wicked rut. It's never happened to me, but I can see how it happens just from this morning because I put the bed down yesterday without putting my basket of clothes in the closet. So technically, right, the thing that would cause me to not leave that bed on the floor is I need the basket to do my standing up. So since I already had the basket, I went, oh, I already have the basket. And I went, yeah, no way. Am I going an entire day leaving that bed on the floor? I just sound like I'm not doing it. I actually moved the bag. It's still in the room, but I moved it over there. Because they shut off my money. Yeah, I've already ended up taking out at least one thing out of that bag. It's supposed to go to that donation. And I already explained the thing about someone filling up my shopping cart with stuff so I can't use it. That's why I had a second one filled to the brim with bottles. Because I went one day to go, I'm going to put this in that thing and take it, right? And that's when I went, what the? Freaky. Yep, I went, what the fuck? Obviously, it's done purposely so that I have to accept a ride to a food pantry. So, anyways, that would be gone too had my shopping cart not been disabled. So, 3 of them. Don't let them fool you. The first Omen. Oh, that's a new one. It's supposed to be in theaters on April 5th. Yeah, I mean the films. Do they get tired? That's what I'm saying. They must be actually. They don't even enjoy going to movies anymore. These fucking people. Oh yeah. As soon as you have an income, you go, what the fuck? Why is nobody in this fucking movie theater? Oh yeah, you get the full grasp of how fucking gross this entire thing is. They literally take money away from anybody that would actually do anything. And they flood these fucking people with money to hold people hostage. It's like, yeah, obviously God's gonna kill you. God understands everyone. God understands everyone, believe me. God 100% understands, but you're not staying in these physical bodies. So that is absolutely fucking gross and insane. So I would have to presume at first you things thought that you were going to die, somehow reincarnate, and then you live entire lives and people are your slaves. And then when you get old again, you do this again to the people that are younger than you. And that's like forever your station in life. That is fucking grotesque. Oh yeah, I just does everybody go up a tier and then they have slaves underneath them and then they just literally don't do the fuck anything for God 50 fucking years? Okay, that's fucking grotesque. You clearly have people doing this too. where they did this to me and they continue to do it to me, and they keep flooding their fucking children with money and they don't pay for anything. I know you just go, they don't have any concepts of this ever stopping. That's why they're being fucking put down by the other side of the same species. Those people aren't fucking working for anything. Did you think that they were? They have a whole generation at least, unless it's just one generation. To me, it seems like maybe two generations of people whose lives they had to fucking destroy. And then I guess, is it because they're counting on their children and their grandchildren to keep their echelon in this fucking shit? Like, what is going on in you people's brain matter? It's got to be just, yeah, it's got to be you're not really men, but it's got to be every man for himself, right? Like, in terms of do you have a belief system? That's why I told you it's getting even more difficult to take even one day off. Yeah. It'll be on May 17th, it'll be a year since I was at the shelter. Yeah. So clearly the year before that, I went about a year just of my own because it's difficult. But there's no possible way that I'm going back out there again. Right. I mean, I guess for some reason, this is what I thought I'd be able to do, but I found out medically I can't do it, at least not at that shelter. And I think that they did it purposely, right? Because clearly, if they had put me in one of their rooms, it's no different than this. Except I can have guests over, they just can't spend the night. You can't have a guest past 9 p.m. Not you can't have guests. And that's only in your room, like within the building. Because Patrick and Sandra, she used to live at the house I was at, they would sit on those chairs in the driveway all night long. You can have people outside of your housing. So technically, this is actually worse than being in one of those criminals' rooming houses. So those people can't possibly be a they. But anyways, um, even in one of their rooming houses, right? So in my mind, when I left here last March, I figured I'd just live in a shelter the rest of my life. Okay. And then just, that was, yeah, just, I became, uh, obviously, medically, it wasn't good for me. My eyes swelled up and my ankles swelled up and my abdomen was clearly swollen. Okay. And then they said they were going to give me a voucher. And the woman immediately said she was going on a medical leave. And then nobody was my caseworker. Again, it's the same thing. They literally, clearly did it purposely. I'd never fucking go back to that city again. I've stated it many times. If something ever happened and I have to leave here, I'll go to Boston. I'll never go back to Quincy again. I don't see any need for anyone to go there. I think that the population needs to be euthanized. Okay, because they obviously know that there's a woman going out there for 13 years that isn't being given housing. And then there's other people too, and just the way that the whole population behaves towards quote unquote homeless people, they're depraved on top of their own activity. Right? It's a depraved group of people that weren't even working. I explained it. They were busing people from Mattapan to run their grocery store. right? So I just believe that 100,000 people be put in the fucking ground, and then I should be able to get housing, right? I'm not sure if anyone's going to need that day shelter unless there's people that are choosing to live in the woods and they need a place to shower, or there's people that can't cook for themselves or something and they're going to run a day soup kitchen like that St. Francis place. Yeah, I can't see a reason to have a shelter in that city. Is that why it's a day shelter? There's a little bit of a conflict between what they're saying it is and what other people are saying it is. Remember that? I just looked it up recently. Okay. I don't see a need for a shelter. Right. People probably know if there's housing in the city. So why would you need a shelter? You don't need a shelter at all. That's even what they said at the beginning. It wasn't going to be a shelter, and they said they were building apartments there. Why are they building apartments and a day shelter? Who's living in the apartments other than disgusting sex offenders that are looking for homeless people to bring into their apartment? Get it? I do. Okay, so I really don't see a reason for a shelter in the city of Quincy. That's not a safe place for people to go because, right, they're being put the fuck down. And I don't think Plymouth, if, like I said, if you're in housing there, you got to stay there, but not there's a shelter for homeless people. That's up to other people to let us know about. I just know what I believe about Quincy and what I witnessed in Plymouth and what I know about Plymouth because they house a lot of people there. So if you're in housing there, you need to stay there. They don't need shelters, right? You're not forcing people to go to an area that's being put down because they're homeless. That's why those people are being put down. You be putting down the very victims. There's not a reason for anyone to go out there till that city is clear of fucking bodies. It's not as difficult to do as it, yeah, I thought it would be. You got to remember that chick is doing, I'm going to watch it right now. That chick is doing a bunch of them. She's trying to do as many, and she's doing it fast too. She's trying to do so many in a certain amount of time. Should I put the? Is it under challenge? Yeah, I think it's under challenge. Oh God, some of it's getting spooky. Hold on. When did they start doing this? Was this something that the Oz was doing for a while? This is this is from 8 years ago. It's not a real person. 50 squat jacks. What's a squat jack? Let's find out. Oh, this is almost like what I was doing, but I wasn't spreading my legs. Yeah. Well, to do a squat, let me let's just go. Wait a minute. This is might be similar to what I was doing, but I was doing like two quick jumps. I'm looking to see if she jumps up. I wasn't jumping up. It's just two quick jumps, squat, stand up, basically, not jump up. I'm gonna pause it for a second. It's an animated thing, but it's called 50 Squat Jacks Challenge to Loosen Your Legs and Butt. So this is kind of an example of what I'm talking about, the thigh shape. I don't know if people understood what thigh gap means. Is that what they mean? Okay. You get that from walking. Yeah. I mean, were they saying you get it from doing these squats? Yeah. I never started doing. I just did the first thing. What was it, yesterday? Never did that stuff before in my life. So that's clearly not how your thighs look like that. Like, yeah, like you might be able to do that by doing that, but it gets like that from walking. It's from walking and eating the right foods. Yeah, I'm not even sure it's from jogging. I want to reiterate that too, because some people might have thought it was from jogging. Um, it's not. It's kind of like a little bit, I guess. I think it might be a little bit of weight gain, but it's muscle. It's not fat. Okay, so I don't know if people were trying to put on weight to look like that. That's not going to happen just from putting on weight. You would have to say you were like skinny, skinny. You'd have to increase your calories and walk. And probably walk up a hill, walk fast, because that's all the stuff I was doing. I wasn't even carrying. I think it's probably weight gain or something. I don't know. Yeah, I'd say it's probably weight gain, and but it's muscle. It's not fat. I probably looked like this for a long time. I just didn't even notice it. But God decides what the topics are. Yeah. So is that something that people are asking about now? Okay. Because sometimes people don't know what people are talking about. I didn't know what they were talking about thigh gaps.
Sides. Let's go. In five, four, three, two, one, go. One, two, three, four,
I'm not, I probably
five,
was doing this.
six,
It's called the squat
seven,
jack. That's
eight,
probably what I was doing yesterday.
nine, 10,
Yeah,
11,
because it makes sense when I would do the, yeah, when you're watching something as opposed to doing it, but it was like jump, jump. Yeah, I wasn't like, she's not jumping up from it. That's something different. They're talking about you never go to a standing. You're just constantly in a squat and jumping up. Like you don't even put your legs together. That's what they're talking about, squat jumps. They're calling this squat jacks. This I actually think is kind of better. It's similar to what I was doing yesterday.
14,
The other thing you can do, like I said, is jump, jump, squat. Or you could do like jump like 5 times to every squat. You don't have to give up on doing something because you don't want to do 67 of them in a row. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. For me, honestly, it's to jump up and down for as long as I can. It becomes too boring to me to just jog in place. Yeah, like even if I'm just gonna jog, I have to go like this and then I turn and I go like this and then I turn and I go like this. I mean, maybe when you're outside jogging, right? It's just jogging in a room like this becomes way too boring. Yeah, probably outside the joggers would go, yeah, we jog outside. So it's like a natural, now we turn here, now we turn there. They probably have stuff they do too. But like when I just to for clarity about what I'm doing down there, I mean it's just I have to force myself not to start doing other stuff. Yeah, like just jogging like that. That's why I go, okay, I'm going to do it for 15 or I'm going to do it for 20. It's almost like a mental challenge at that point because it, yeah, just mentally to just keep doing that like that and not do anything else. So I came up with this thing so I could keep jump, even though it's actually more strenuous. When I do the gym and stuff, it's like I have to mix it up. Like I'm dancing. That's why dancing, you could do dancing for hours and hours. I just think other things are better than jogging, but people like jogging. Some people like it. Maybe they would say it's the same as why I like walking. Yeah, I couldn't just give up long distance walking. I couldn't do that. That's just it has a thing that it's just a whole thing I do about my mental health and talking, right? The other stuff is sort of like probably more cardio. All right, let me see. Oh, here it is. Here she is. All right, this is it. Okay, it's 1 minute. That's a lot.
Maybe if I don't put my toes easier. Like too much ballerina energy. Okay,
It feels weird too, but it's actually when you first start doing it, it doesn't seem that. It's cardio, I think.
Okay, must be like 50 by now. Okay. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Side step, side step. How many? Am I there yet? That hurts so bad.
She's not even half. She's like halfway.
15 seconds. You know what? I can't walk. Are we done?
Yeah, if she did that many in 15 seconds, she could have actually done it. But that she ran out of steam. She ran out of energy. But she did it. She did half of it in half the time. Did you notice that? Or she did a little bit more than half of it in half the time. So that was pretty good.
Count the squats in 1 minute. Okay, it might be 2.
Did I mix up the time? I'll pay more attention now.
Okay, maybe if I don't put
6.
my toes easier. Like too much ballerina energy. Okay, thighs are dying. Thighs are dying already. How many seconds has it been? Just 18 seconds! Oh, it hurts so bad.
No, it was 18 squats, not 18 seconds.
Must be like 50 by now. Okay.
Okay, so she did 29 in half a minute. So that's pretty good because if she got to, it would be, oh God, seven's an odd number. So I got all mixed up. She'd have to do 33. She'd have to do 33, right? 33 or 34. So she's only 4 or 5 squats short of the person they said had the record. That's pretty good. But she probably already felt dissuaded and they wouldn't tell her. Yeah, if they had told her where she was at, she might have gone faster and been able to break it. So that's not fair. You have to encourage your athlete. See, that's why she keeps asking. She has to encourage her own self because you won't tell her anything.
You know what? I can't walk. Are we done?
You're never getting gold medaled athletes doing that. Okay, so. Okay, she's gonna. This looks like an older woman. She's gonna do 15. Okay, you have to do it daily. How many days in a row are we doing it though? Oh, this is something else. It's called a pivot squat. Okay. Frog squats. That might hurt your knee. Yeah, that seems prone to injury. Jump squats, okay. Of course, she has a huge swimming pool. I know you just go, okay. Some of it has to do with, they call it markers. There'd be markers in the last days. They don't get it. Yeah, they just completely don't get it. That's why I said I have nothing to do with the other species. You just go, okay, that still seems normal to do. Okay. Or just, okay, why are you doing that? Okay. Because some people pay attention to like internet trends and stuff that's on TikTok and they just copy everybody. They don't even know. Someone like that probably could say that she doesn't know anything about me. It just depends on what she was doing online. Yeah, certain groups of people I don't believe don't know anything about me, and God forces them to reveal that they do by saying Mar-a-Lago over and over again and shutting off all of my communications. You can't shut off a person's communications unless you were paying attention to what she was communicating. So once you decided to that you had to reveal yourself that you were doing that, probably to the entire world, anybody that ever paid any attention to what was going on with me or what I was saying. Sometimes people do stuff and they go, huh? Yeah, huh? What? 100 squats? Oh my God. I'm not doing any of that. No, I don't want squat challenges and then I can't move. I walk 2 hours a day. I'm not doing anything where I feel too sore to move around. No. Push up squat. Okay, she did I watch this already? She's gonna tell us what a jump squat is. Yeah, this is the one I watched and I went, oh, okay. No one, just God. Right. I mean, I don't know if there's someone out in the universe, right, that is doing jump squats and that's why, or it's just God. And then I looked it up and because God told me to. That's why I said I'm just going to let you know too. If by chance people can see this and they're just blocking you from being in the chat, okay. It happened to me when I went to Nantasket Beach in the summer of 2019 because there was no way an approximately 4 year old little girl was reading my Facebook page. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Don't be surprised if all of a sudden you're like, what the fuck is this? Like your kid is doing jump squats. It's almighty, like the geese. The geese were doing jogging. I know you go, you didn't see those geese jogging and you're still fucking doing this? Okay. Well, that's interesting in itself of what it is you think what your reality is, what you're doing, what you're supposed to be doing, why you want to be doing it. Okay. So I had a whole thing because we were camping and Tommy would drive us to Nantasket. And then there would be like so much time. So I think I started out walking and then on the way back I would swim a part of it. And then I would get up and walk. And it was like different ways you could walk in the water. Like you're in it like shin deep. So some of them you were raising your legs up like this. And then the other ones you were going straight like this, like resistance against the water. Okay, so one of the days I'm doing it and I hear this little girl go, okay, now here at this part, we do this. And I just went, oh my God, in my mind. I thought it was funny. It didn't really shock me. To me, it's funny when I see that stuff and hear it, and I just go, what do people think is going on there? Um, I would say maybe some Neanderthals, and I would have to imagine this other species, maybe monkeys in the jungle, come to believe that they are controlling everybody with their minds. They don't understand the concept of Almighty God. They just that their brain matter cannot comprehend it. It would make more sense to them that they are projecting out their thoughts to other people and they're controlling other people with their brains. Okay. Also about the brain disease, um, I thought that you can ask doctors these questions, like the two doctors that explained about the polycystic kidney disease diet. Okay, including intermediate fasting, by the way. Okay, which is not starvation. Okay, they didn't say anything about reducing your calorie intake. Okay, it's about the length of time between your last meal and your next meal. It's called intermediate fasting, not you starve yourself. Okay, so if I'm not in a shelter, I can eat at 3 p.m. and then I can eat again at 9 p.m. and then I may even eat again at 11 p.m., depending if I'm hungry or not. I'm never restricting myself from eating. Uh, in the past, like year and a half, ever since the severe like nuclear campaign started, uh, there was a period of time where I went, I am really not eating as much as I used to. Right. And then I had a little bit of concern about weight loss because it was coupled with not being able to do my arm work. But I can tell from my pants, I'm not really losing weight. Yeah. Like I put my pants on and I go, I'm obviously not losing weight. Okay. So now that I can do my arm stuff again, and yeah, I even noticed last night that yesterday I had a pretty good appetite. So I'm probably going to start eating more again like I used to. And it's really not appreciated that this business with the SNAP food card again. Okay, so I don't think that ever worked on me, but it probably worked on other people. Throw off their whole entire recovery program every time you did it. I've talked to people about it. People are aware that it's happening to them, and they know it's being done purposely. It's not they have a neuroses. Okay, many of us had neuroses in the past, and it's like you think you're going to trigger it or something. Anyways, with the brain disease, I thought that God was explaining to me, and you can ask doctors, that these infants, like these people have the brain matter of an infant. As weird as that is to try to comprehend, it's a specific um, psychiatric condition called narcissism and malignant narcissism, where they literally have the brain of like an 8 or 9 month old. Something happens where regular brain and emotional growth completely halts at about the 8 or 9 month old level. So certain parts of the brain apparently will still continue to um, either grow or absorb learning, like speech, like language, writing. They can absorb some sort of education, but emotionally, in their basic thought, believe it or not, is that of an 8 or 9 month old, where they literally do believe that people are a facet of themselves. Okay, so with brain disease, I don't know if someone could degrade to that point, but I think it's possible. They literally become that sick that they believe that they can Some of them, I guess, that become bedbound because of the dementia, they begin to believe that they can direct people around through noises and their thoughts. Okay, so in terms of primates, right? Say that they were doing jog walks and they saw a geese which they'd want to kill. But as an example, they would go, "Oh my God, I made the geese do it, not God's doing it." Like that's what they would literally believe. So even stuff like that, you go, "How are you explaining that?" And they would go, "That's what I'm doing now. I made them do it." Okay, you like this is the other thing too is I don't know if they would think that they're controlling the whole population when God's doing it, but this is some of them will actually copy just the main gorilla. Yeah, I'm sure. They copy like the favorites and the main gorilla, I'm sure. But I think that their thought in their head is that they're doing it with their mind, I guess, like the main gorilla is doing it with their mind. Anyways, yeah, like I guess you do. You go, okay, how are you explaining people doing that when you shut off their communications? Push up, squat, jump challenge. Is this the same thing? Oh, push ups. Maybe it's push ups and squat jumps. I never heard of squat jumps before yesterday.
We have a push-up to squat jump raise to 10 challenge for you guys to try at home. It requires minimal space, just body weight, but integrating kind of bear crawl inchworm pattern in between each rep. So here's what the setup looks like. You guys will start the timer. Again, chasing quality reps, not just the clock. You guys will squat down. Again, kind of bear crawl, inchworm walk it out to about push-up position. You guys will throw in one push-up. Same pattern on the way back. Once you guys are here, integrate one squat jump. I'll inchworm my hands back out. I'll throw in two push-ups. Walk those hands back up. Once you guys reset, one squat jump, two squat jumps. Once you guys are back down, same exact pattern.
Okay, I'm not talking about this guy. It's not just his video, right? It's just I'm watching something, I'm not talking, and then God's talking. So one of the things about explaining to people some of what's happened is when they started doing the curtsy lunges on Fox News, was that after they shut me and others off of the internet? Okay. Is there any way that some of these folks can explain to us why we have to be shut off? Like, is there some sort of belief system that we do something and then we stop and then you do something? Like, why would I need to be have my communication shut off for you people to communicate anything to others or to yourselves? Like, why would that need to take place? I don't know how long that they've been doing this or like in if they ever done something like this in their lives before 2011. Did any of them go to college? Uh, yeah, it's a little bit frightening because I think it's indicative of being murderously insane. That but for Almighty God's containment, when you saw me doing something, you would murder me and then try to do it yourselves in front of others. Okay. Because this is the other thing I've tried to explain to you folks for a long time. I am being held hostage by you people. You're not hostages. You're not hostages and you're not female gorillas. Right. Like some of the stuff is you observe something I'm doing, you try to murder me, and then you try to teach that to your children when it's not even a human behaviorism. Like challenges are fun. I'm not talking about that. Like some people are or were actual hostages themselves, and some people keep thinking they're hostages when they're not. It's one thing when you think you're a hostage and you're not. It's another thing when you're keeping hostages and you think you're a hostage. That's a whole nother. It's very similar to Germany. Yes. No, no one survived the Holocaust. Okay. Um, right. When you murder all of your hostages, uh, the game ends, your game ends, it's forced to end because there's no more hostages. And then you have a bunch of people that are ill like that are depersonalized, and they go around telling people that they survived a Holocaust. If you survived a Holocaust, why were you not screaming to the planet about murdering the Virgin Mother, say, for instance? But you were making up all sorts of other stuff. Why weren't you ever saying anything about the entire population being profoundly insane or anything about nuclear material? How come you don't know about Superman and social distancing? You don't know anything about a plastic bag? You don't know why those people were marching like that? Are you people doing marching? Are you holding parades? Are you going to parades? Do you know anything about social distancing? Do you know who Superman is? 10,000 squats in 30 days. I don't know. Is squat supposed to mean something else? Because you just go, why did everybody start doing this? Was this years ago? That was 6 years ago. Yeah, because we were doing working out and stuff. Yep. The hostages, it was supposed to be about shaming people and also trying to survive being in fixed positions. right? Like people being forced to stay in a room 24 hours a day or lay in a bed, people being forced to sit up and sleep in a shelter and then sit up all day in a library or stand, never being allowed to lay flat at any given time, okay, because they're profoundly criminally deranged. That was the newest thing. I don't know when they started doing that out in Quincy, but apparently they did it for an entire year, probably. One of the things that I questioned and I kind of believe they did do is they literally would fill up a dining room and then tell people that it was a warming center and that you had to sit in a chair all night. And they repeatedly say, if you have somewhere else to go, until people just give up and leave. And I don't know where those people go after that. I don't know if they flood the place to force you to have to sit in a fucking chair, or they go back to Boston or whatever the fuck that is. Like we saw at the very beginning. They might have been people that were only there because it was cold, because I got there at the middle of March. And by the first week of me being there, the first or second week, they'd already cleared out people. Does that sound like people that are interested in giving people a shelter? Why would you need another building when that's what you're doing? Like you've become that sick. I'd never experienced that before. I don't know why they put those beds in the resource room. That was part of the problem, but it was probably because, let's see, one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. I mean, 8 people in there is probably about the most they want there, anyways. But why were they not putting people on the floor in that room? Is it just because it's too difficult for those people to walk around? Okay. Yeah, like they used to put mats in different places in the building so that people didn't. Yeah. And then they were putting meals and females in a dining room like that. When the hell did they start doing that? Was that because they were told to stop shipping people over to Brockton? I would say they never send people over to Brockton anymore. For some reason, they don't do it. Yeah, but you just go. I know I'm still talking about it that first night. They left 2 females sitting in a chair and they all put mats down and didn't tell us that we could put a mat down and sleep. Yeah, these people are fucking gutter trash. Something like that, I'm sure, probably happened to Brian too. And then it's just, I'm kind of tired of coming in here. Um, I don't know if they were, yeah, like, they, I don't know if they would even know if some of these people had housing that were coming in there doing that. It was just weird. Like and then they go around and they keep saying it. If you have anywhere else to go, it's like, do you like? I know you can't say a word, but you feel like jumping up and fucking screaming, "Yo!" And it's this. If you call that a dude, again, it's one of them. Like if you saw what these things look like, just a common person around that's not even my species, you go, "What the fuck is this? Are you a man or a woman?" Okay. They all have the same fucking body type. They're just massively obese. And because they all are like that fucking LBGQ, you don't even know. Because all the dudes have fucking tits. That's what I'm telling you. You go, dude, if we had another place to fucking go, don't you think we would be there? This is what people do. You certainly were not in a fucking military. I mean, you people are so fucking sick. They all think they're from the fucking military. I swear to God, the people that work there like that, there's no way on earth you were in the military. You're grossly fat. I know you go, I have a brother that was in the fucking army. He had to go jogging and lose weight to join the fucking army. You were in the military? No. Why are you talking like that? And then he was saying we're all supposed to be fucking grateful. When the second night, wasn't it the second night? When we could put the mats down. Oh, aren't we all grateful that we have a mat on the floor? Yeah, dude, I'm really fucking grateful. These people are horrifyingly fucking sick. That's why I'm here to learn to be fucking grateful. Not you're a fucking monster. Okay. There's no way on God's green earth you're in the fucking military and you have the Virgin Mother sitting up in a fucking chair when she has a medical condition. I mean, I'm supposed to lay down by like 3 or 4 o'clock in the fucking afternoon. Never mind, I sit in a chair 24 hours a fucking day. That's even worse than I was sleeping outside. And I can't lay down till a fucking DTA office is closed. It's what happens when you're psychopathically deranged. No shit. Is that what the fucking military has become? Because that Sonny guy said he was a veteran. You're a veteran? Okay, did you put on all that weight after you were in the military? How were you a veteran? And you smoke marijuana like that? How were you a veteran? How long were you in the military for? A month? I think that some of these people have severe mental illness, just like that Jimmy guy said. Okay, so you're a veteran and you don't get any veterans benefits? How is Michael Florian's sister hooked up with some guy like Rebecca Donahue reported, by the way? Not she told me this. So if it's not true, take it up with Rebecca Donahue. That her boyfriend was getting all this money a month in housing because he's a veteran. Is that going on within the military too, where some veterans are getting benefits and some aren't? Because I would fucking believe that shit too. Right. But it doesn't really explain how fat you are and the fact that you're like a daily drug user. I'm not seeing how you are a veteran. I would never have someone in my military that was a drug user. Nope. When you're in the military, like say that a person forms a military, okay, that person that forms a military is the sole person that makes any rules and rights. So yeah, it is like that. You go, not in my military, next. Not in my military, next. That's what happens when you run a military. And if people don't like it, they don't volunteer to be in your fucking military. And if you're in some sort of a nation state where you're in a draft, you don't. It doesn't matter what you like or don't like. That's why you were drafted into a fucking military. It's like a prison. Yep. What is this? A prison? It's called the mandatory draft. Yeah, that is where you live. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. Okay? Otherwise, you signed papers in like a fucking mortgage, like you signed fucking Satan's agreement, like on that people's court, and you don't have any fucking rights. That's probably why they drug test them. You don't have a right to use drugs. I don't care what Yahoo told you fucking pot was legal. You don't use drugs in the fucking military. And you don't look like a fucking orca. That's why you go through basic training. And then I eliminate you from my fucking military. Not it's a privilege to have you in my fucking military. Some people are in that shit to avoid going to literal fucking prison. Okay, so you're gonna have a right. You're gonna have a right to go right back in that fucking jail cell and out of my fucking military. Fucking people, man. Then don't be in my military. This push-up squat jump thing seems it's anything that sort of mixes it up. I think you can do more stuff. Yeah, anytime stuff is boring to you, then don't do it. It has to be stuff that's fun to you. That's why it's unfortunate about the snow, but it's a necessary thing that has to go on. Right. And it's also unfortunate about the swimming, but everything is polluted. You can swim at apparently Mount Beach until someone tells us otherwise. I wouldn't swim there. Um, I know the last time I swam in Nantasket, it was a little bit iffy. Someone else can give you a report because there's so much bacteria in the water. Okay. And there's a lot of nuclear material being released. But that was 2019 was the last time I went swimming out there. When Karen and I went out there, we didn't go swimming. No, we went to visit her mother and then we walked on the boardwalk. We didn't even go down to the sand. So that was what, 2021? Yeah. I went to Hingham Beach in 2021, but I didn't go in the water at all. I didn't even walk down to it because it's just like Mound Beach. And I saw that there was people there and they walked down to it. It's the same thing. There's just so much motor oil from those boats. It's really disgusting how mentally retarded people are. They destroyed at least two public beaches with all those boats. It's nothing but oil when you try to walk out in the mud, right? And then I explained in 2020, I came back with like, I had to put antibiotic cream on, on a fingernail and on blisters that popped when I walked down to the mud at Mount Beach because they appeared to me to be getting infected. Yeah, so they started to hurt, and I put antibiotic cream, and it went away. So that place has always been gross. That public beach at Quincy, people started defecating in it. Oh, I'm pretty sure it was a human poop. There could have been a geese. So it's just not a clean beach. There's like biting insects. There's poison ivy and poison sumac. That's like God's way of telling you to stay away from the place. I'm sure. You show up to a beach and there's that many problems. Take God's hint. Not people, but biting insects and poison ivy and poison sumac and poop in the water. I'm all set with that. So I haven't been to Houghton's Pond. I'm assuming God doesn't want me to go there. No pond sit, right? Just I know they've had horse flies in the past, so yeah, I'm wicked prone to swimmers there too, but I don't go under the water. No, I do in swimming pools, but when I was younger, when I was a kid, I did. That's how I ended up with swimmers there so many times. But now that I'm an adult, it's like it's not 1980 anymore. It's very sad how polluted everything is. It's gross. But that's why I had a swimming pool. So that's one of the things that I really, really enjoy doing is swimming. So, anyways, um, I would say you probably had a big uptick in people that decided they wanted swimming pools after what happened to me. They're that sick. Some of them seem completely at a loss about what to do with their lives day to day. Uh, they probably put a swimming pool in, swam in it for a month, and then tired of it. Because why didn't they have a swimming pool before mine was taken from me? Like, did someone lose a swimming pool and then I decided I wanted a swimming pool? No. That's how you know. If you like, oh, that's so sad, and then you go and fucking do it, yeah, you have the disease. The second house we had built, I had a swimming pool put in. Right? No one had to lose a swimming pool for me to decide I wanted to go swimming. That's why I've had swimmers there so many times in my life from swimming when I was a kid. So no one had to lose sneakers for me to get a pair of fucking sneakers. No one had to lose their children for me to decide I wanted children. No one had to lose their house for me to decide to live in a fucking house. I wanted to live in a fucking house because I wanted to have fucking children in a swimming pool. I probably wanted the children then the swimming pool because the apartment complex I lived in had a fucking swimming pool that I swam in, even when it had water bugs swimming in it visibly. I still fucking swam in the thing. At the greens on OBT, they all have swimming pools down there. All the apartment complexes have a fucking swimming pool. Motel 6, Albuquerque. What the fuck? Why is your pool closed? That's like the size of this room, by the way. That was a decent swimming pool, the greens. The pools they put in are a good size, too. You would think they'd be mobbed. That's right, there was a pool at the condo. Nicole, did your condo have a fucking swimming pool? Fine, kick me out of my house with my pool. Now I'm in a condo with the pool. There was no one ever there. I think I'll go tangent. It was just me, basically. Me in a swimming pool. Players Circle. That's what the place was called. Can't make this shit up. I don't even gotta write a song. Nope. No songs written. Players Circle. Poolside. People fly into fucking Regis, man. I know you're like, I had a convertible. I was living in a condo on poolside. And I finished school and I started working in a fucking dental office. Again, I needed a divorce. I think I would have survived on $40,000 a year in a fucking full time job. I think I would have somehow survived economically. So it's a difficult fucking job to have to kill off 8 billion fucking depraved animals. I'd still be killing people right now. If I started, and I don't know, when I asked God how to help people not fucking kill their entire family and themselves over foreclosure, uh, if I had asked God then how to do that, I'd be still in the process of killing people. 8 billion people is a lot of fucking people to kill. That's a lot of bullets. So it takes a while. We're in the 14th year of it now, killing 8 fucking billion depraved animals. Obviously, none of it's planned other than by God Himself. Like, okay, now you're going to attack another one? Okay. What was the name of the place, Sean? No, the Mezzaluna was the restaurant. I don't remember the name of the one that Betty and I went to, which is essentially the same thing. Was there a fucking cheesecake factory on the corner from it, Sean? I wasn't eating kale. No. Nope. I'm not a California, as you probably must know. I don't go to California. I was eating crab cakes and filet mignon. It's called a surf and turf each and every time. Okay, so I'm all set with the kale at that point. Yeah, I eat kale now. We're worried about greens that cost probably back then, probably what, 99, 89 cents a pound? Okay. How about surf and turf, crab cakes and filet mignon? Let's go. Kill yourselves off. I was living in a condo with a person who was in fucking special ops. Come through this gate. Not yet? All right, back to the reserve. Come on, breach it, breach the wall. Attack me in the fucking Arrow Tree Reserve. Let's go. And here you are. Oh, you're a Christian. We're done. That's not what God's doing? Okay. None of that's true to have happened. Is that a made up story? Am I writing my own story, John Cloud? I wasn't living at a place called fucking Players Circle with someone in fucking special ops. There's a photograph of it, and so both of my fucking Facebook pages are destroyed to try to get rid of it. Did you go through all of entire Bing images to get rid of it? Did you tear the place down and burn it and say there never existed a place called fucking Players Circle with a courtyard gate? Might want to get to it. I can only imagine, right? Just, I don't even want to know how many of those people flipped out and went to jail or ended their own lives going, what the fuck is going on? They made the whole thing up. They never intended to fucking help me. So they're in an ardent to kill themselves off. Anybody that was genuine in like Exodus 20 and ended up in a fucking shelter or dead, obviously, it's almighty. I don't think you need to worry about your fucking soul. You have to think about why you Exodus 20 in the first place. In essence, nobody can actually destroy the United States of America. It's like when there was a civil war. They didn't destroy the United States of America when they did a civil war. I mean, don't don't even get me going. They basically did, but they didn't. It was like a beginning chipping away, but you still had a United States of America. But they basically destroyed the United States of America in their civil war. Right? Just you have to have the machinery and you have to have the immunity to do what's going on now. And then you have to have God put them into a fucking art and to actually do it. So I right. Clearly, you're cutting off all of my fucking communications. You're refusing to give me housing. You're refusing to give me a means to live. You're refusing to stop shutting off a fucking SNAP food card. You're the enemy. You're in some sort of horrifying art and to kill yourselves. But I mean, it you'll all be happier in the end, but you actually cannot kill me. Right? Many have tried. So I guess, I mean, clearly psychopaths attacked me. That's how I even ended up here. But you go, what, like the thoughts in your mind before August C Star? Okay. So before August C Star, what caused you not to just murder me? Like Nicole, for example, or the people at Ruby Ridge, or the people at Waco. Like, what caused you not to do? Like, clearly, God distracted you with some sort of whacked out thoughts in your heads. Okay. That apparently O.J. Simpson had whacked out thoughts in his head, but um, God allowed that. And then clearly, I think the whole planet understands why it was allowed. And then you go, okay, so you women like her, would you people kill her if you could? If you thought you could do that and not get arrested or shot dead on spot, you'd kill her, right? There's only one reason on earth you're cheering that. You're cheering in the streets. You're cheering on Oprah Winfrey show. You're cheering on these various other. You actually set up viewing areas for a criminal trial. That's how deranged you folks are. We were all watching it. We all got caught up in it because apparently God made us all get caught up in it. But you set up viewing areas and for a reason, so that God would have those videos of animals cheering. So you would murder every single person like her if you thought you could. Okay. And then God makes you think to do all this fucked up shit, which is annoying, but some people are murdered by it, by the way. But you can't exterminate my fucking species, right? So that would probably be the only way you could kill me, but yet God won't allow you to do it. Right. You can't actually kill me. Like I would just go on to another womb. And you can't exterminate my species. You can't cause my species to go into an extinction because Almighty God won't allow you to do it. Yeah, you ask yourself that, wouldn't you? I don't think you things do ask yourself that, but you ask yourself that. Why would you want to do that? Because you can't walk anywhere? If no one walks, How are you gonna get food if no one walks? Remember those days when you were told Exodus 2010, if no one works, how would anyone get like food? If no one works? Okay. If no one walks, how do you get food? I was told by one of your members that you're going to get solar panels and electric cars. Um, Avoid screaming because you'll never stop screaming. Solar panels and electric cars. Okay. So, like, it's that important not to walk? Okay. And it's so important not to walk that you have to believe this sinister, like, deranged, demented voice in your head where you think that you're thinking you're in a war against me and not you're in a war against walking. Oh, crap. It's been a whole hour. What the? I guess I'm not watching The Ring too. Oh, I can watch it from the beginning, can I? Yeah, I guess it's not that important to me. I ended up not taking a nap, so well, I have options. Oh crap! I didn't cook the beans either because probably because Scott was here, and then I forgot about it again. Well, um, it's probably gonna be corned beef. I gave myself a night off because there's so much sodium in it. Yeah. So I know, but I can't do a salad with that. Maybe I'll do it's gonna be I think the last salad because I have like it might be two more salads. I have one romaine head left. I don't think I have any other. I have yeah, that was the other thing I was thinking I could do because I did one of those last week where I chop up just broccoli and cauliflower instead of like a regular salad. Yeah, because that's how I finished up the vegetables, right? Um, I don't have any Gouldens mustard. That would have been good to have. We'll see. Maybe I'll just do corned beef and then I'll eat some fruit. I have a bunch of grapes to eat. I don't think I've washed them off yet. I gotta wash them first. But yeah, I could do corned beef and eggs and then not even do. I'm gonna have to cook those beans tomorrow. I think it's a little bit too late. I don't really feel like doing it. Well, they don't take as long as black beans, but they probably take about an hour and a half. Yeah, I've been putting them in the salad. I've been adding beans to it. I didn't do it last night because I forgot to cook them. I'm doing the salad. Oh yeah, the beans. I think it was after I ate. After I ate, I went, oh, that's right. I didn't cook those beans. I have the one can of black beans that are not low sodium from the food pantry because they had them and I wasn't taking them because I still had beans. I know you just go, what the hell? There's no black beans now that I would need them. Maybe everybody went and went black beans. Or, yeah, maybe they've been gone for a while and I didn't notice because, yeah. I wasn't doing beans for a while, and then I just started cooking them again. Those are all gone, and I had chickpeas. So this is the second half of the bag. And I've got pinto beans. I have other beans. Yeah, it's just I don't want to use chickpeas with beef. Yeah, I usually use black beans. Remember when I used to have like beets every single night? I should probably buy some beets. If I'm gonna make my flats at some point in time, I'm gonna get some beets with the beet greens and everything because I'm supposed to have more potassium. Just like the doctor said, potassium and magnesium. That's why I eat all those nuts because they have magnesium in them. It's a whole diet that Almighty God gave me. So I don't know if there's some sort of grotesque insanity going on where you have to cut off my ability to follow a medical diet, and then you can follow a medical diet. I think there's plenty of nuts and beets at a fucking grocery store. So, um, really, really gross insanity. That's not really discrepancies in fucking medical care going on. None of it was true. There was no discrepancies in medical care. It's a genetic thing, and because of their body size and their lifestyle and their diet, it's not discrepancies in medical care. When something is happening that you won't listen to, apparently those people that are animals, they make up excuses, and it's like a inherently paranoid fucking being. Right? They just will not hear that you have to get up and fucking move around. You have to get up and walk, and you need to change your fucking diet. They just discrepancies in medical care. Glucose, fat, and estrogen production, estrogen and cancer. It's not discrepancies in medical care. I guess I can understand at first, um, like questioning why God would be killing you. Even that in itself, I got to be honest, I consider to be pretty fucking grandiose, especially before 2011. But I never thought like that. No, I have a medical condition myself. You go, why is God killing you? Why is God killing you? It's probably because I don't know. I just don't. I would never think that in my mind. Um, Clearly, people are dying every day. Why would I go? Why is God killing me? Why is God killing me? I don't know. There's a whole bunch of fucking hearses driving around. There's fucking gravestones at every cemetery I walk by. Clearly, God kills people. If that's how you view it, or if people die, I never viewed it in that fashion. But I don't feel that God is killing me. He explained to me about the vaccines and the polycystic kidney disease and the polycystic liver disease. So I don't believe that God is killing me. So maybe people don't actually ask that. That would be probably a healthier mind. So if you're the other species and you don't believe God is killing you, you live in a delusion. But I mean, whether or not you're going to be killed, I guess you'll go into another form, and then you can run around saying that people can't kill you too. None of that really matters to me as long as you get killed. Yeah, because you don't have any ability to stop what you're doing to me, and probably others. So it in some respects, some of this stuff doesn't even bother me because the result is the same. That's why, yeah, every time it's sort of like obvious about thermonuclear weapons and uh, why anybody would shut off people's communications, why anybody would shift the news whenever people start talking about reality and the symptoms of being exposed to radioactive material. Um, no one ever has any plan about shutting off fuel, how to solve any of your problems, your overpopulation. So clearly, people feel that there is a solution going on, and that's why they don't even talk about it anymore. And it just becomes just repetitive nonsense from my point of view. It's almost one of those days where it's not like I really did anything when you're just doing that, but why I didn't do anything. And I go, yeah, that's right. I did 15 minutes. So, and it's an off day. Oh, that's right. I did 15 minutes. I don't even have to cook anything tonight except for eggs, if I'm going to have eggs. Eggs, corned beef. What else? No, I'm not having toast. I'm not having hash browns. Eggs, corned beef. Yeah, I guess, but yeah, I could. I'd have to cut it like wicked small and make like omelet with it in it or something. I don't know about tonight. I'm gonna be eating that stuff for at least 2 more days. Even though it's only 3 pounds, I'm gonna be eating that for at least 2 more days. It did not shrink down like I thought it would. Well, at the rate that everything's going, I'm gonna have to probably buy mayonnaise again. Oh yeah, yeah, remember that yesterday? Just it bothers me that a person goes right into a drawer and takes food out. It's put in that drawer for a reason because it's supposed to be my drawer for my food. It's very, very intrusive. And sometimes I feel that things are definitely done on purpose, like, oh, this. It is what it is. It's like absolutely ridiculous if you saw that refrigerator. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. People would come in and say, all this, that I'm fucked up. And really? Is there mayonnaise in the refrigerator, though? Get it? I have no idea what the fuck all that stuff is. Someone took salmon patties out of a fucking freezer that are gonna have to be thrown away. I didn't realize that was yeah, salmon burgers. I didn't realize that that was fucking salmon burgers. And you go, I mind my own business, and then you go, are you ever gonna cook this? That's gonna have to be thrown. That's been in there for at least a month. And then I noticed yesterday someone took chicken breast portions out and put them in there. So if I don't see him cooking that shit, she's doing it. This happened before too, right? Where it's like, did you take that out? And you don't even want to say it because it seems like you're getting mad about the food. I'm not getting mad about the food, just there's a box of salmon burgers that has to be thrown away that someone took out of a freezer. Those weren't put in a refrigerator, they were put in a freezer. There's probably people from the food pantry that would have ate that shit. Someone had to have that to waste it and throw it in a fucking trash bag. So I hope someone's planning on eating those chicken portions. That's what I'm saying. I don't give a fuck about salmon patties, but I give a fuck about chicken portions. So I seriously hope someone's planning on eating that. When they have a whole package of chicken breasts they bought themselves. There's a whole package of boneless, skinless chicken breasts they bought themselves. Right. That's why I don't say a fucking word. Just people doing shit on purpose to aggravate the fuck out of you. Like a cunt. Oh, I'm gonna start using milk for my coffee. All of a sudden, 14 things have to be made. Cereal, pudding, drinking cups of milk. What the fuck? I don't know, man, but yeah, it just. Someone will report it, I guess, if something's going on over there, if he's staying there. Because he hasn't been around her for, what, a year or two? Just people can, when they start getting this brain disease, they can, especially after 2 years, you just go, when did you start doing that? I don't know. Did she think that I was smoking? That would be interesting. If it just has to do with maybe getting mixed up with people and times and spaces and stuff. Um, yeah, like what was it, July 13th? So probably like July 14th till October 1st, I smoked cigarettes. But before that, I didn't smoke cigarettes for 5 years. So that's kind of a long time. Yeah. But I haven't had really any contact with Scott. When's the last time I talked to him? 2017. Like before I went to Washington D.C. when we were at the house and the cops came and I went down the gas station and then they called the cops and an ambulance on you because you went back to the house. She wasn't even there. It was either Candy, Norm, or Tommy did it. He went right back to the house. He was trying to convince me to do it. Right. Because Barbara followed me out when the cops said to leave. She caused a fight with Candy. I got involved because Candy again told her that she was going to lose her house because she wasn't doing something Candy wanted. She was constantly abusing her and telling her that when she had her house foreclosed and auctioned off on purpose. Oh, yeah, like the whole thing was planned by Candy, what she did. So, anyways, regardless, he went back to the house and apparently it had to be either Candy, Norm, or Tommy. Oh, yeah, and I guess the cops came, an ambulance came, and then I went down the gas station with her, and Michelle kept showing up screaming at me. So I asked them to call the police. I asked for the police to be called again, the second time. That was when she ended up court sectioned because it was probably Candy that did it. It's not really a mystery. Oh yeah, Michelle's down there with their fucking phone filming people. She's filming that she's fucking attacking two people in public. That's how sick these people are. I guess you attack people and then what do they say? Do they say a fucking threat at you? So, anyways, I'm trying to think 2018. When did he come into the shelter? Was it after that? He came into the shelter for, it might have been after that, but it was like in that time period. It might have been like 2018 when Sean was there. I don't think I've seen him since COVID, right? Nope, he came to the house during COVID. That's right. But it was real brief. He just came for a visit. It might have been after Candy left. Yeah, I remember I was upstairs, so it must have been after that. That was probably about it, right? No, I wasn't smoking. Then I quit in 2017, right? No, 2018, April of 2018. Yeah, so I went from April of 2018 to last summer for what? August, September, 2.5 months because I started drinking because of my fucked up boyfriend, and then I stopped drinking after about, I don't know, maybe a month. Yeah, it wasn't just, I was just like dose fucking drinking as we were getting nuked. And when I drink, I smoke. And so it took me all that time to quit smoking from August to October. Not like I'm smoking. So I don't know if Cindy thinks I'm still smoking or something, but that's why I said it would be interesting if someone told him I was smoking and drinking. It would be interesting based on some of the text messages that was sent to me when I went to Washington, D.C. last summer. Like someone was getting a little bit, I think, having some mental confusion. It happens about how long anybody's been sober or not sober and stuff. Yep, that Rebecca Donahue person started telling people the wrong age because her son was there when she did it because she was thinking she was me. So she was doing it too. Like it gets weirder and weirder and weirder when they start talking about what's going on in their head. It gets weirder and weirder. I would do, say I did dishes, right? Like an hour later, she'd be talking to me and she'd go, and then I did the dishes and then I did this. Yep, it gets weirder and weirder. You go, huh? Okay. So if he hasn't seen her for a while, he might have been like, okay, that's what I'm saying. He could write a note or just go, yeah, can I talk to you outside privately? Or, and it might be that. He might be like, have you been talking to her? Right. I don't know. She was here day before yesterday talking to Barbara, and it looked like Barbara wasn't even responding to her. She was just laying in the bed. Like she really wanted somebody to talk to, so she just came over here and talked at her or something. But she may have been awake looking at her. I don't know. She tries to help out when she comes over here, and I know that she's been having issues with Tommy. Uh, so it is what it is. But that's probably true, right? Like, I don't know. I think he does usually leave the room when she comes here, but um, it depends. Yeah, like if he really was here just to see Barbara and he was like in the room, but she was like, from what I could tell, she was just sleeping there. You just go, I thought that did you not want to visit with him? Okay. I stay out of it. Yeah, none of it honestly is my business. It's just sort of rambling. That has nothing to do with anything, to be honest with you. No, you just go. It's so uninteresting, I think, too. I'd rather just talk about other stuff. I think the other species too, that's pretty much all their lives are, which I didn't know that about people. Um, so I didn't realize that all they do is obsess with other members of their species and just sit around and that's all they do. Like literally, even on a vacation, they're sitting in a car, they're sitting on a cruise ship, they're sitting in a taxi, they're sitting in a restaurant. That's all they do. And the whole entire time is spent talking about other people they saw that day, people in their family. I think it's probably rare you're going to meet someone who talks about, and then I was outside, and then the geese started jogging, and they're not going to talk about that. I saw this cloud, it looked like this. All they do is focus on other people. It's just things I never thought about before, but I notice. I'm going to be in pretty good fucking shape by the summertime. I gotta look at the bright sides of things. I know, like, duh. I got a lot going for me. That's why this is even fucking happening to me. I know you just go. It shows how mentally retarded they are. That's in a nutshell. In a nutshell, you go, how the fuck, man? Just, oh my god, it's fucking gross. Like, just being a literally retarded fucking animal. All of them. Like, even when people know what they're doing, they do not care. It gets grosser and grosser and too because when you get to a certain level of mental retardation you don't even care. Have you seen some of their spouses what they look like? They don't even care, but yet they still can't stop this fucking hatred of a beautiful woman. And you go, what is causing that though? Why can't you just focus on your fucking selves? Yeah, what I'm getting from God is they do that thing because their brains are so remedial. It's like when you drop your kid off at a daycare, which I have never done, and they feel abandoned. And then when you come back to get them, they try to ignore you like you're not there. Yeah, it's like that. Like, so they basically have the brain matter of like a preschooler. And these people are fucking adults, and they're not children of mine, and I don't want their fucking attention. Yeah, like throwing a person in a fucking jail cell and then turning your back like this and act like they're not there. I think he's actually down there doing something, which again is probably triggering me. I was a little bit talking about food, but yeah, I can hear him down there talking. He's probably making food. It's about the same time every night. This is kind of, I could eat at this time, I could eat at 8 o'clock, but given that before, remember I was like, well, I have been doing a little bit more activity, but remember when I was like, okay, by 8 o'clock I'll eat? That's why. Yeah, like I can tell that I'm doing it and I just go, I think I was typing more too. I was listening to music and typing. It depends if I'm And yeah, because it's an off day too. I'm sort of like, not good. I hope they do. I hope is that a shift from um, you're giving me psychotherapy? Is it's going to shift into you're going to figure out how to torture other people? Not it's just what I said that you have the brain of a preschooler where you shut shit off and then I'm supposed to pay attention to you. Why would the Boston news pages flooded with stuff about the election? Do 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 do. Maybe I've been live streaming for a while. What is it? 5 hours, 6 hours? I guess I could listen to some music in the headphone like I was doing this. Did I leave it over there? Probably. I gotta wait probably till 8 o'clock, at least 7:30 if he's down there talking and I hear stuff. It takes a long time. Yep, it takes a long time. I must have put it over there. Why don't I see it? Oh, it's over there on the outside. Yeah, that way I can watch some YouTube videos too. If there's like music, news. I gotta do my arm work again. I know it's like, didn't I just do my arm work yesterday? I gotta do it tomorrow and take a walk. Probably go to Dedham. My triceps are sore. They'll be okay. They'll make it. It's every other day till the end of the month. And then what's April gonna be? Eventually, I go down to like 2 days a week. By the way, what was it? Usually like Mondays and Fridays or something like that. But after a year, and then I went. When did I do the schedule? Was it not until January? Yeah, when you like when your shoulder's been fine and you got back here in May. Yeah, by January, I think you need to make a schedule so you can fix your arms. So, yeah, Ruggles. What's up with Ruggles? Are people tenting there? Because there's a commuter rail and I think there's more than one commuter rail and the red line. I mean the orange line. Yeah. Probably. As weird as that is, it's the only place on earth where there's a tree you can put a tent under because it's a fucking train station, unless you're in Endicott and then they build a house right on it. In that one in the corner on Westcraft Road. I remember when they built that house. It was a patch of trees. They did that one and they did the one, it's right around the corner, right on a train station. I just went, you people are sick. Absolutely sick. It does. It takes a long time for trees to grow, but honestly, the trees in New England, I don't think are really that type of tree. I think grows fast. Yeah, you'd be surprised. I mean, it probably only takes about 20, 25 years for an oak tree to be big. Yeah, they're not. I've never seen those big, huge trees out there. Yeah, I've never been. I don't go to California. Nope. Ask Sean. I don't go there. It's probably just. It's notoriously been a bad place. Yeah, it's notoriously been a bad place. It's been a place I never go to. You can ask Alfred. I go when he used to look for work. I go, okay, well, this is the thing though. Any place you want to move, as long as it's not California or the Middle East. That's exactly what I said. Because I would not move there. She, I think, wanted to move to California. This is what she said, by the way. This is how insane and psycho this fucking person is. The dude is not even fucking divorced. He refuses to divorce his fucking wife, and he has 6 minors in a house. This is a fucking mistress, and she literally says to me that, and he's been out of work, and his children have no fucking health insurance, okay? And she literally says to me, that I think did they turn down a job or something, or he was applying for something in like Portland, and she goes, I don't want to go anywhere cold. I told him, I don't give a fuck what you want. This dude needs to generate some fucking money and stop living in your fucking crotch, okay? He has 6 fucking minors and a wife to support. He's supposed to be paying a fucking mortgage on this house. I don't give a fuck what you want. Just people that are just grossly fucking insane. Just what on earth? What is a person's fucking upbringing? What raised that? Because you don't say that right at the time? I mean, what are these fucking things? That was I was living in my house still. That thing wouldn't start telling people they're fucking married and I'm divorced. Talk about fucking psycho. He's just as bad too. It's like you people are so fucking sick. I know it is. It's totally that. She is trying to be me. It's like the most fucked up thing. She basically saw a house in a dude. She probably saw a house and saw me and then went and saw him on Match.com, and that's why she fucking went out with him. Obviously, that is a fucking loon. That is like way beyond Rebecca Donahue right there. And so, of course, she's going to talk like that because she's mentally insane. You go, what the fuck are you on? You're telling this dude what work he's going to do? Can you file a fucking divorce paper, please? I swear to God, this is not fucking Utah. I don't do polygamy, you disgusting fucking animal. Oh yeah, he's got to be fucked up like that too. Dude, I don't know when you started getting fucking sick like that, but whoa. The second that he told me that she took him to meet her ex-husband, what? Oh yeah, and then he's uh she told me that the only reason her ex-husband talks to his own fucking son is because he's still trying to get at her because he still has a thing for her. She's completely fucking insane. Whoa. Oh God. Angela leaves comments because the thing wants me to talk about it. That's why. It's, I told you, it goes all over the place. It thinks it's a fucking works at a bread factory. It thinks it's on someone's fucking Secret Service team. It thinks that it's going to be a mediator. Oh yeah, it's completely fucking insane as a group. They're fucking gone mentally. Okay, now I'm gonna interject Angela, and then I will watch that play out as to if Mary has vented all of her negative energy towards her, as I wait for God to fucking kill them. January 6th committee allegedly suppressed testimony on Trump push for National Guard. Is this the point where they're going to be either become so sick or they're going to admit that they're using impersonators? Oh, yeah, I think it is. I think it's going to become the point where they are forced to explain to the public that they're using impersonators and not telling you that people are dead or that they shut off everyone's fucking communications. This business about Madonna. And this is like a wicked old story, by the way. Yeah, just it can be shocking as this progresses on how sick people can be. Like, it's becoming like more and more sane to that all of your news is fake, and now it's becoming sane that you pretend to be other people. You don't even have to actually have those people in whatever you're making up your fake news about. As the population continues to understand how sick you guys have become and waiting for you to die. Okay. Um, Probably why stuff on Fox News isn't bleeding into other news like it used to be. Okay. Well, you're obviously do whatever news your people like and what your people consume. Okay. Um, right. You go. While you're doing all of that, it's sort of like reiterating to what I was talking about earlier. Um, while you're doing all of that, uh, are you in some sort of yeah, like some people could make up a doctrine where I have to be destitute now, I have to be a hostage in response to being told to stop keeping me a hostage. It's not it's not that explaining to people that you're being nuked because you won't stop keeping me hostage was wrong. It's not that. It's showing people day to day the extent of your ferocious insanity. Okay, like when someone said you have to free your hostages and that's why thermonuclear weapons are being used, do you then go, now we have to keep her hostage because we have to keep the nuclear weapons going? Or, like, is that a directive to keep doing that? Because clearly anything is a directive to keep doing this because it's been going on for 13 years. So it's not like people can make a mistake about anything they're doing to try to get you people to stop keeping me hostage. No, it's they can't really go, we've got to back off and stop doing that. It's not that. Nope, it's not that. It's just realizing to the extent of the ferocious insanity. And it literally will be anything, right? It's anything, and it's eliminating every possible excuse, just like January 6th, 2021. It's eliminating all of that. Excuse me. And then it's just directly asking them why they are doing it. Okay. And if they say that they're not doing it, you just keep telling them that you know that they're doing it. Right. It's just about why they're doing it. Not you just go, okay, well, now they actually seem like they're um, believing that they have to keep her. Like they're intercepting all of her phone stuff. Um, it Yeah, because the other thing, in case you don't know this, they literally sent a text from, I don't know if it's actually Cindy doing it, right? Last night when I posted that thing, there was a text message on my phone from her when no one is allowed to contact me. They're intercepting all of my communications, and I don't talk to her about text messages, and I don't read anything she sends me. I just mark it as read, and they know that. I don't even look at the date because they sent me a text to my phone. I think it was in January that was sent to my phone on October 4th. I'll explain it to you again. They are intercepting everything on my phone. Okay. And then they put a text message to my phone in about January that was sent on October 4th. Okay. So it's not really about if you're doing it. Right. Just we know you're doing it and you're just being asked why you're doing it. Not if you're doing it. No, you do know who's doing it. You're doing it. You're the military. You're doing it. Why are you doing it? Like, do you want attention? Is that drama? You want to keep talking about the military, or why are you doing it? It's all weird, different ways, too, by the way. Like, why did you pretend to be media culture matters or something on a Facebook and then say that I'm in a psychosis and the children are alive and well? Why did you do that? Why did you say Al says that kids are alive and well? Why did you do that? They don't answer any questions. Right? I don't want to overthink dementia, but if your lifestyle is that you have to always be hidden like that, you can never tell people who you are. You might develop some sort of weirdness where you tell yourself that you like that when you actually don't, I'm sure. Right. When you're trying to terrorize people, I think you want them to know who you are. I don't think you want to be a hidden entity because why else would you shut off someone's communications completely and parade around how all powerful you are if you didn't want a person to know that? Right. In terms of the income, is that because I can walk to a Savers and buy footwear? I can go to movies and eat popcorn and candy. I might meet friends and meet a boyfriend. What does that have to do with anything that you folks are doing? See how God tricked them into killing themselves? Okay. Nothing that they do is good. They don't have anything good in their hearts and their minds. Okay. So, um, like I said, I'm pretty confident that they believe in reincarnation and they're sort of like wildly insane if you ever like had a conversation with them. Just wicked gross people, like gross people that are wildly insane and they think they know everything about everything. It's a specialized binder. Okay, so it's like the epitome of being grandiose. They have some sort of knowledge about something that I don't have, and it has to do with the Holy Bible and being chaste and being morally upright. Yeah, one of the things I've learned about psychopaths is, especially when they have grandiosity, they have a wicked hatred for me because they know because of their entire they can't come out of their binder, by the way. Their whole species is the ideal is to be basically me or to be Jesus, which is viewed as the counterpart to me. That's the ideal in that species, and they can never live up to me. They don't actually enjoy being psychopaths, and they probably frequently tell God to fuck himself. Why did he make them like that? Even when he's explaining it to them. Some of them, God didn't exactly make them like that. And they never went to any type of treatment, even when God told them to, and that they didn't take medication that God told them they could take. Right? Many of them, it's been explained to them their upbringing, the effects of the drug use on their brains, not going to psychotherapy, not joining social groups, um, having brain disease, um, God having to contain them because of their behavior towards others, stuff like that. And it's just still a continual anger at God because they don't have thinking brains. It's like a child that's just mad it can't eat all the cookies and it's not fair and why like the cheerleader kid. Okay, it's just they're not like right, they're not like other people. some of the grandiosity is probably a person trying to be like other people, like the brain, that's that brain's interpretation of it. Sometimes you just don't like a person, right? Some of that factors into, and it's just never going to be like a personality that you gel with. Okay, I looked at this a million times. Okay, so tomorrow's going to be the coldest day for my thing 44, and then it's going to gradually get warmer. I know I'm already sort of like, it's a good thing I'm going to be walking for 4 days. Maybe cheer up a little bit. I'm not depressed. I'm angry. Angry is not depressed. I'm not a sociopath or a psychopath, and I'm not your species. I'm fully in tune to my emotions. It becomes sort of irritating when the other species is sort of like weird. Um, I'm angry. I'm not depressed. Angry is not depressed. Um, I started looking about this metastasizing about the liver and stuff, and it's just I was kind of tired last night. And I'm sure none of it is new. I'm sure doctors have. It would have to be sort of like an oncologist that isn't going to get fucked up with me. It's like I'm aware I don't have a medical degree. Basic concepts. I don't care if you use complicated words. Just right. Does you think it has anything to do with mast cells and like a perpetual trying to heal an injury that doesn't exist? And then it becomes why, what is causing it to think there's an injury? And I was trying to figure out when you have an injury, like what sends out a signal and what that signal is. Um, so um, it sounds, obviously it's got to have something to do with the immune system, because I'd have to know what things in your body would have stuff moving around like that. Like, why would anything ever be sent from one part of the body to the other? Um, Obviously, yes, I was, like, I'm not sure it's like the liver sending a signal. Like, it's not like the liver sending out like glucose, right? It could be something like something signaling to the liver to release something. It seemed it, is that why you're doomed when it goes to the liver, because it's going to go everywhere at that point because of that? I didn't know that much about cancer, right? I never thought about it. They do. If I had gone to medical school, probably everyone wants to be Dr. House, right? And then you can never get sued, and you never feel responsible for mistakes in healthcare and stuff. Your team of physicians is supposed to go no, yes, yes, no. You're never responsible for malpractice. Just even within your own head, not really about money. Yeah, it's almost like that character could be basically like a prophet that has doesn't even have a medical degree, except that he's always got to be like the person who figures everything out too. He gets to be both people in the show. I know. I remember my whole psychoanalyzation of the character. That was my favorite show for a while. Like he totally seems like a reluctant psychiatrist. No, I'm sorry, like he's a reluctant physician. He wanted to be a psychiatrist, but he's just terrible. Is that what I was saying? Yeah. He has no sympathy. Like it's way beyond even a typical psychiatrist. Yeah. And then he has no bedside manner and stuff. Yeah. Psychiatrists probably don't have any bedside manner, but yeah, like he didn't actually want to be a medical doctor. Is that what it is? That makes this most sense. He didn't actually want to be a medical doctor, but he's so good at it. That's what he has to do. Um, yeah, that's what it is. He wanted to be a psychiatrist, but he's so good at medicine that he has to do that because he hates all his patients or something. Is that what it is? He hates people. He hates people. He hates his patients, but he likes the puzzle of it. Yeah, like I can totally understand that because once you do the schooling, that's all it is. You don't have to like people. I don't even think you're patient. You've got to be the most insane patient on planet Earth if you care that your doctor likes you. You care that your nurses like you. That's what nurses are for, not doctors. But you shouldn't care if your doctor likes you or not, right? Just he hates people, but he likes solving puzzles. Once you put that stuff in there, then it's just what, bloop, bloop, bloop. It's the same with psychiatry. If you're a medical doctor, it's the same as psychiatry. What is the typical thing that causes that? But I think with psychiatry, you have no choice. That's what I'm saying. He can't be a psychiatrist because you have to consider each person. Right. It's so you have to listen to them at least for an hour. Right. And then you everyone can't be exactly the same. It's different than medicine. Right. It's just everybody's life is not exactly the same. So there's clearly basic things, but they got to be interesting. Like, we got this, but then this is what happened. Right. His ex says it's average. Hmm. His ex says it's average. Did he hit her afterwards? Did she react to him? Okay. Does he have any? If he's partaking in prostitution, he's probably not going to have any assault and batteries on a John. Okay. Why would anyone say something that fucked up in a bedroom? Right. He clearly does not want to be with this person, right? Right. That's why you go, look, if you don't go to the hospital today, I'm not going to see you anymore. Because you just go, it's the final straw. It's like the final nail in the coffin of there's no possible way. When you know that much about trauma or whatever, you just go, this is completely fucked up, dude. I don't even know why you're doing this. And you're 36 years old. Like, I don't even know why you're doing this. It's so fucked up. You're so hurtful and selfish. So, just as a male, right? I'm a woman, but as a male, you go, dude, just punch you right in the fucking face, dude. Okay, hospital, blue. Yeah, like when once you realize and you get out of your insanity that that person wants to be with you, that's why you go. That's why you wouldn't say anything, right? It's like sometimes in your mind it's not exactly conscious, but you still do the right thing. Where you go, once you come out of this insanity that this person actually can be with you or wants to be with you, right? You just go, there's not a possible way someone says something like that. Like if you're a dude and a female said something whacked out to you in a bedroom, you just got to have that calm talk. Like probably put your clothes on first, put your clothes back on, tell her to please get dressed. And then, of course, she'll probably do that drama thing. Please put your clothes back on. Um, right. If she won't put her clothes back on, you can put yours back on. And then you just say, I'm not going to be seeing you anymore. Um, there's not a word or a phrase that you could say. There's nothing you can change about yourself. And if you could please not try to contact me. So I think that's better. Obviously, not everyone has like the emotional fortitude that I have, um, but I think that's better than just flipping out and leaving because this female will probably go around telling everybody that you had a fight, right? And you just go, um, had a fight? Because most people aren't going to talk about something that intimate because they shouldn't in a relationship. And you go, okay, well, this is the thing, Brian. She's all over the internet, so we know exactly what happened. Okay. Are you not aware of what happened? I know, just did he not know that I was online? Is that what it was? Or that other people were in his Facebook page? Possibly. This is the thing, we know exactly what happened because she's all over the internet with it. Yeah, she didn't just exactly break up with you. You committed sexual assault, said something wicked nasty, so of course you thought she was going to break up with you. She said that if you didn't go to a hospital that day, that she wasn't going to see you anymore. She didn't kidnap you and force you to go to a fucking hospital, right? Those were the exact words. Not you have to go to a hospital, not I'm not going to take you back to Quincy, none of it. You even had in between Sturdy Hospital and Faulkner Hospital at the Stop and Shop. You said you wanted to call Faulkner Hospital. You could have gone right back to Quincy Center from Attleboro commuter rail station. Just all this business about being a psycho and shit, and someone just broke up with you because you left the hospital. We already saw it all over the internet. Just like when you tried to tell Mary you don't use meth. after telling her that you smoke meth. You already told her that and you forgot. So it's like automatic lie. He totally automatically lies. And he's one of those people when you say something, he automatically tells you you're wrong. He's one of those. Like a defender of everyone. Yeah. It's like an annoying trait. Just everything you say. No, it's right. So yeah, just know that too. Like some things you have to face and you just go, this is unsurmountable. Like, I get it. Everyone's in recovery because this is like a wicked problem, I think, right now in the homeless population. From what I can tell, it's a wicked problem. They all think they're a psychoanalyst because of listening to me, basically. God is trying to help them with their psychology, and they won't stop trying to analyze everyone. I witnessed it in the shelter. They all think they're me. There's no way you can be me. You all still use, and you're all in these weird relationships. You're not me. Okay, so I mean, yeah, you just said completely stone cold sober person doesn't even smoke cigarettes. How are you me? I wasn't even in there talking about people like that. I talk online, right? And you just go, you're not supposed to talk about the people right in the fucking room you're in with them, too, by the way. I know you just go, whoa, you don't know anything about being a psychiatrist or a psychiatric nurse. Did you ever see the nurses sitting around in the psych ward talking about the patients right the fuck in front of them? No, they don't do that. They do the same thing. And then they go back in that room at shift change. And then all they do is talk about us. I'm not fucking kidding. And they'll go up to the glass. They'll bring the other patients over. See? Look. See? Yep. Because I was just talking to her, right? And the day and the day before that one, she was talking to me too. Now look how they're talking to each other. And they will never tell you that they both know you. They will never do it. And everything is talk to the doctor. That's up to the doctor. The doctor never even talks to us. It's all them. They're like plants. They used to say that at the shelter too. They're like plants here. Yeah. It's like this. Those people running that shelter are not qualified to be doing that, but they probably try to. Right. They're not qualified to be running that place like a psychiatric hospital, but they try. And they will give in to any suggestion that's handed to them. They will pretend they don't know anything about me, right? And any psychological suggestion, no matter how terrible it is, they do it. They won't do anything good, but if I tell them to do something bad, they do it. It's been going on for years. And it's that fucked up. It is that fucked up. They act like they don't know anything about me. They hate me. They try to murder me, right? And they're watching everything I'm typing. They never do anything positive. And if I say one bad thing that they should do, they do it. It's called psychological suggestion. So, anyways, as Karen and her husband found out, and Anthony and his mother found out too. That's how you find out things about people. Anyways. Well, it got her into a sober house, but then he had to sort of like ward off some disgusting jailer over there at the hotel. Yeah, they probably gave him a Section 8 estate away from his mother, just like they did to Wilton. They weren't going to give Wilton housing. Their motivation was to get Wilton away from Laurie, or he'd still be sitting in that place too. Some people figured it out, like they probably do shit on purpose to trick them. Like Nicole and John. How long was Nicole rotting in that shelter? And then as soon as she was supposedly going out with him, they put her in housing away from him and she broke up with him. It is what they do. Yeah, so if you it's like um, everybody knows that everybody is fucked up. Everybody that they all say that everybody's fucked up, right? That's a mantra out in Quincy. Everybody knows that everybody is dysfunctional, but sometimes people just aren't going to work as a couple. Sometimes people just don't like people and they don't know it. And when you're the person who knows all this stuff about psychology and stuff, it's your job to explain it and just you don't have to explain it in full if they keep trying to deny it. You just go, I just don't want to do it anymore. If you put it that way, if you go, I can't be attracted to you anymore because I know you don't want to be with me. Like it's got something to do with your background and your history because the stuff, your words and the stuff that you do doesn't match up. It's just, it probably has something to do with the, for me with him, it probably has something to do with the desire to be normal and not a desire to be my boyfriend, my fiance, my husband. It has to do with the desire to be normal, is what it is. I say that's frequent with people that have psychiatric problems. Jen was doing it too. Jen was doing it too. She's going to get married because her sister was getting married. She's going to do this. She's because she got married to Joanne. Her sister got married to someone. She's showing pictures. She's showing pictures, warning, right? People that are mentally ill like that, they don't like it. So when you know that you can see that yourself, it's up to you to be the adult and do the right thing. Right? Just it I was 16 years old and I would put myself into a hospital twice because of a high school boyfriend. And I didn't take off from the place as soon as I entered it. You see me with him today? No. Right. So, yeah, you just go, well, people do what people are going to do. And sometimes people get stuck in things for a year or two and then it falls apart and they go, it's always terrible when somebody is right when they tell you something, I'm sure. When you just go, I should have never did that. You could have people now that did that since it's been a while. It's been what, 8 or 9 months now? June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March. It's been 9 months. So you could have people, I mean, that place is sick out there. You could have people after 9 months that have already been married and divorced. They already produced a kid or something. And you just go, oh my God, you people are really sick, huh? Like when I went out there and saw Joanne and Jen and 11 months had gone by, you go, wow, you people are really sick, huh? That's when I mentioned it, that the whole clientele over there had changed. And it seems like every time you go out there, the people around there are sicker and sicker mentally. I don't know where some of these people were living. If they were kicked out of programs, kicked out of well, not psychiatric hospitals. You can only stay there so long. Kicked out of like disabled housing. Maybe they were in one of those Father Bill's rooms for 2 years. They may have told Rebecca she had to leave if she was there on a year or two without paying any rent. And she had nowhere else to go but living back with her husband. She still calls him her husband all the time, too. It's weird. She's like forever going to call that dude her husband. Okay. I'm glad that's not my life, for sure. Well, people are different. I don't really feel she's my species, so I can only talk about myself. Where you leave a dude, like, you're so unhappy in your marriage, you become a drug addict, okay? And you leave a dude, and you have a temporary separation from your children, probably because the dude refuses to fucking divorce you. You presumably fall in love with some dude you met in the shelter that's like 15 years your junior. You cling on to him for dear life for like, God, what, 5 years? And then finally something causes he doesn't want anything to do with you anymore, from what I could tell from talking to him. And then you go back to your husband because these people won't let you stay in stabilized housing. That's a fucking nightmare, man. I don't know if he's just letting her stay in a room and she doesn't have to sleep in a bedroom with him. But I mean, she's calling the dude her husband, so it's like she went to Stepford Wives, yeah. Or she, like, they gave her a lobotomy. Oh no, I'm back with my husband. What? I knew you did. I knew you looked odd. Like, you look healthier, but maybe she's tired of being attacked or something. She's probably like, if I tell people he's my husband, Mary, and I live in his house and I can't have a life, then people stop literally attacking me like they were doing to you and worse. Right? Like she's probably reached an age now. If I just dress like this and look like this, these people will finally stop literally fucking attacking me everywhere I go. It's like just you become numb, I'm sure. Well, what I went through last summer was probably started, I would think maybe a year before that, 2 years before that. It definitely, anytime after 2020, it was clearly that bad after what happened on Mount Beach. So it's now been 4 years of that shit, waiting for this radioactive material to kill these people. And the free electrons. 7:46. What do I want to do about dinner? I think I might just that stuff is wicked salty, yeah. Um it's not just health. I don't like the taste of salt because I never eat it. So I'll eat it. It's just um I guess I'll do another salad and finish up that lettuce because I have chicken breast cooked too. I'll decide when I do it. I can do either thing in the salad. It's all the same. Cook 3 eggs, cut up the salad stuff, and then tomorrow will be cut up broccoli or cut up broccoli, carrots, and cauliflower. And it's going to be either the same. It's going to be the same thing, either chicken or corned beef. Same thing. Eventually, once I've started eating that stuff down, I'm going to have to take out some more chicken to thaw out. I am gonna, if he hasn't cooked that chicken, I'm gonna have to ask him if he took it out because it just seems weird, but it's not impossible. It just seems weird because it was at the bottom of the thing, and he doesn't usually like stuff like that from the food pantry. Because when you pull that stuff out, sometimes it's not actual chicken breast; it's pieces of chicken breast. He doesn't seem the type that he would like that. It seems like something she would do. Right. And it was like weird in the refrigerator where it was. And you just think in your mind, you go, he has no idea that that's not me doing that. She might have done it with the salmon burgers too. Right. You just feel weird throwing something away without asking a person. Just one of the times he's down there, I'll be like, did you take the salmon burgers out? Or I just noticed they've been in there for a long time. I don't know if that's still going to be good to cook. There's a lot of stuff in that refrigerator. So, yeah, because someone would start thinking there was something wrong with me if she did that. Because I've got corned beef a container, and then I have a chicken breast cooked in a bag. Why is that chicken out? What's with these salmon burgers? Like, I don't know anything about the chicken or the salmon burgers. Nope. I was wondering that too. Because that happened before when it was on the table. Something was taken out and allowed to completely thaw out. And then, right, it's like I never do that. I bring stuff upstairs to thaw it out. So you would think it would click in his head too if he's not the one who did it. Like she doesn't usually do that. I never really see her defrosting anything in the refrigerator, like because I didn't take it out. So, the only thing is, was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. I saw her in there because she hasn't been up today, but she was up yesterday before Cindy got here. She went into bed before Cindy got here, and I don't think she got up since. Yeah, she was up after the food pantry. It was right after that. She went back to bed. Oh yeah, I gotta wash these grapes too. Might as well do that now. right. Have some dinner. I lied, but I didn't realize I was lying. So I guess it's not lying. I was mistaken about the lettuce. There was actually 2 of them left, so now I have 1 left. Hyperbolized magnesium.